Yeah.
She gets well soon.
She's going to the doctor again tomorrow.
Okay.
Get a different test.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to call to order this work session for Stillwater Area Public Schools District 834 for Thursday, December 9th, 2021. We are here to hear a presentation on World's Best Workforce, and I will turn it over to Superintendent Lansfeld.
Thank you, Chair Petrie and Board Directors. We're excited to share our information tonight, and we do have a lot of our leadership team here. I will go ahead and turn the time over to Dr. Cherry, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Great, thank you, Board Directors, Superintendent Lansfeld. We're happy to be here tonight. We will be sharing our World's Best Workforce Annual Summary Report, which is for the 2020-2021 school year. In addition to that, we'll also be sharing the annual report. It's a progress report for our Achievement and Integration Program. This is a combined report. The State Department of Minnesota has, Department of Education has switched to a combined annual report for these two program areas. And so tonight you'll be seeing some data that you've seen previously as we've been doing some student achievement reporting. So we'll spend less time on specifically SMART goals and data outcomes, more time on the strategies. Once we get through our public report, we're going to switch gears a little bit, and at 5:30 this evening, we will break up and actually have some greater in-depth conversations with our school leaders so that we can look at the continuation of our district-wide strategies and how that filters into our school improvement plans. You'll have an opportunity to meet and sit down with our school leaders and walk through some of the strategies that they're using in their buildings and their school improvement plans, and then ask some questions and have more of a dialogue with our school leaders. So we're hoping that this format will be really informative, and we're excited to share this information with you. So I'll get started and just give the overview of what is World's Best Workforce. These are the 5 areas of World's Best Workforce that filter into our district strategic plan. It's around school readiness, 3rd grade literacy, making sure that we are closing our racial and economic achievement gaps. All students are ready for college and career, and all students graduate from our high school. Each year we have an advisory committee that meets. The advisory committee from last year included the following names that you can see up on your screen, and you have this in your report. This is made up of quite a few community members, some district administrators, principals, teachers, and other staff members. We also had a student on the committee. And each year, this committee membership resets. And last year when we met, it was an unusual time in that we were in the midst of the pandemic and COVID. So this committee met fully online for an entire year. The committee had some large group meetings, and then also had some smaller groups that met and focused around one particular area of interest, and was able to provide some really great insights on thinking through what kind of goals should we be paying attention to, and then learned about the strategies that we use in our school district, and they were able to provide some input on those strategies, and we've had some modifications based on their work. One part of the World's Best Workforce that's not specific to those 5 areas, but is really an overarching area of concern, and that is equitable access to excellent and diverse educators. Here in Stillwater, we're extremely fortunate to have a highly qualified workforce amongst our educators. Nearly 100% of our teachers are licensed in the field that they teach. They hold that credential. Very large majority, 82.5% of our teachers hold a master's degree or higher. And nearly 100% of our teachers are effective based on our teacher development and evaluation results. One area of focus for us is diversifying our teacher workforce so that it is closer in alignment to our student population. Unfortunately, only about 3.5 or 3.5% of our licensed educators are teachers of color. And to match our student population, we would need to employ approximately 100 teachers of color or American Indian or Alaskan Native teachers. So we have quite a bit of work to do in this area to get to the point where we're matching the demographics of our students. So how are we getting there? What are some of the strategies that we're working on to continue to build that excellent and diverse workforce amongst our educators? Is first of all, is that collaboration between our leadership, our union leadership, our district administrators, our principals, our teachers, and all of our district staff. That collaboration is just essential, and it's really helped us move forward in these areas. We also look to our groups, our community groups, our parent advisory groups. NAPAC is a Native American Parent Advisory Committee, Caminos, and our women's engagement groups. These are three areas where Eric Anderson is here tonight too, has had just a lot of really great conversations, input, and have had a lot of input on where we've gone in terms of our strategies. We also participate in an organization called Equity Alliance Minnesota and Educators of Color, which is a year-long cohort. And we partner with post-secondary institutions, Century College, and the University Pathway to diversify the teaching field. So we've got quite a few things here where we're working on moving the needle a little bit and diversifying our workforce, but it is one area that we are needing to move a little bit quicker. So now we're gonna talk specifically about those 5 areas, and I'm gonna turn it over to Dr. Caleb Drexler Booth, our Director of Teaching and Learning.
All right, thank you. And just to highlight again, the World's Best Workforce, this report it's a combined report of the World's Best Workforce and the Achievement and Integration Report. And what these reports do and what this process does is it helps the district align the various systems within. And so this becomes a summary report of a lot of the work that the board has heard reports on throughout the year and will continue to. So this is a summary of some of the work that we've been doing, organized around five key areas for the World's Best Workforce, and then a few goal areas with the A&I component as well. So the first goal area is that all children are ready for school. Used to be ready for school, you just need to turn 5 years old. And so with the World's Best Workforce and understanding the complexities of schooling, understanding the complexities of kindergarten even, those standards have changed. We expect more of kids coming in. We're looking for more so that students can be successful. So as we think about the strategies that have been put in place within our preschool early childhood programs, they've really worked to support those incoming kindergarten students, both with the academic, providing some of the background knowledge that students need, but then also some of the socialization, how to form in a line and how to get along with others and play in the sandbox, so to speak. So the preschool program certainly is not simply about understanding letters and letter sounds. That's a major component of it, but it extends beyond that. For our goal, we focused on kindergarten scores in the fall on the on an early reading assessment within FastBridge. So we're looking at students' development and their understanding and use of letters and letter sounds and understanding that connection. So some of the strategies employed to prepare students and get them ready for kindergarten revolved around using the letterland scope and sequence, understanding and introducing the concepts of letters and sounds and their connections, developing instructional activities, enrichment activities for students who might be struggling or who are able to extend beyond. And they use a progress monitoring tool called the Teaching Strategies Gold series to help monitor student development within those preschool years. And the next goal area is that all third grade students achieve grade level literacy. And again, back in September, August, I believe we shared where our data landed. So you'll see some of the similar data that we had presented in August. So again, we're looking for an increase in our third grade reading scores in MCA. As we had talked about at our last meeting, we did not realize that goal. We did see a decrease for a variety of reasons. But some of the strategies that we were focused on last year and we'll continue to focus on this year include going deeper with the Letterland curriculum, using a structured literacy approach to phonics and phonemic awareness within our earliest readers, developing those foundational reading skills. Also, within our intervention systems, utilizing the press reading interventions out of the University of Minnesota to support all of our students. Also providing professional development and resources for our interventionists using Orton-Gillingham approaches to those instructional and intervention strategies. And as we had talked about at a previous meeting this year, using some of our resources to provide training in letters, language essentials for teachers of reading. And so we are certainly organized around this. As we had talked about as well, we had purchased Letterland for all of our second grade teachers to begin using this year, as that was an area that we saw some increased focus and need. I will say later on today, we'll also share a report on our ESSER funds, how we're planning to utilize some of the COVID monies that we received, and those will also support these goal areas. The next goal area is closing the achievement gaps between our groups. Incidentally, we had written a goal years ago regarding the number of students achieving medium or high growth based on a growth measure that MDE provided. With the gap in an assessment year, MDE no longer provided that growth score, the Z-score, to determine growth. So technically, we're not able to identify whether or not those groups grew according to those measures. However, as we had presented again back in September, we shared this same exact data, and we identified that we have a lot of growth to engage in each of our student groups. So as we look at the strategies that we're focused on, really looking at that multi-tier system of support, sometimes we refer to it as MTSS. This is where, we have strong core instruction within our classrooms. We provide interventions for students who need it at multiple levels of intensity so that we can meet those students' needs. So this is where our Title I programs come in, or our ADSIS program, which stands for Alternative Delivery of Specialized Instructional Services. Looking at our day and after school programs as well, dedicating time for enrichment, dedicating time for additional interventions. Earlier last year, you had approved a contract with Huntington to provide reading intervention supports for students after school. And so that's a service that students are being provided with right now. Also, again, you'll see some of this information later as well, but increasing our support for our English learners, really working at developing that family connection and conferencing with students and with families, enhancing the literacy program. Talked about that quite a bit on the previous slide as well. And really just enhancing the various pathways for programming access to high quality instruction, and aligning that instructional practices with our 5D instructional framework. This is the tool that we use to provide feedback to teachers on their progress, a tool for teachers to reflect on their own practices and engage with each other. So it's aligning these systems so that we can support each of our students. The fourth goal area within the World's Best Workforce is that all students will be ready for college and career readiness. And so here we look a lot at the Pathways program at the high school. Goal areas around improving our ACT scores, recognizing the various cut points within the ACT that suggest future success in college and career. Providing opportunities for students to explore their areas of interest and in fact create learning pathways within their elective courses to match those interest areas. Looking at various ways to support our students. I mentioned some interventions, also peers supporting each other. So again, as we talk about college and career readiness, it's not on this list, it's on the next one, but I think our BAR program at the high school also speaks to this, building assets and reducing risk to help identify how we can meet our students' needs, which gets into this last goal area, which is that all students will graduate from high school. So the BAR program and AVID, I would say AVID also supports college and career readiness as we prepare kids specifically for college experiences who may not have a history within their family of college going, or who students who are in that academic middle who need a little bit of boost and to get beyond and be prepared for college experiences. That also supports this concept of students graduating. And so BAR at the high school, organizing students, providing opportunities for teachers to connect with each other on their students, identify the needs that students might be having, and identify ways to support them. It's been a critical component, and one that we're looking to expand and have expanded in some elementary schools as well, which I think we'll talk about in the A&I report. These two reports converge together, and so you'll see a lot of crossover.
Absolutely. So the next part of this report is on A&I, or Achievement and Integration. A little background on A&I. It is a state-funded program that specifically focuses on increasing student achievement for all students and also providing integration opportunities for our students. And when I say integration, I mean integration, racial and economic integration. And our school district opts into this program. We're very fortunate to be able to participate in this program. We receive over $1 million in funding specifically for targeting these strategies on an annual basis. We have a 3-year report a 3-year plan that we put together. The current plan that we're in is for the 2020 through the 2023 school year. Each year, we are required to report out on our progress of our goals. And so that's what this next segment of the report will be. And I think we're going to share some more data with you.
Yeah. More slides with lots of words. So we'll try to talk through them. And again, a lot of this you'll see correlation and connection to some of the earlier slides. So within our achievement and integration, we have a number of goal areas. We have 2 achievement goals. This is the first one, looking at college readiness indicator on the ACT. And some of the strategies, again, that we're focused on here is embedding AVID. And I mentioned AVID before. AVID is an acronym for Advancement via Individual Determination. So it's giving students those skills to be able to succeed. Understand what they need to do in order to help achieve that. And so part of AVID includes instructional strategies, high yield instructional strategies, which again falls to another acronym, WICOR or WICOR, writing, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading. And so part of the WICOR strategies at the middle school, high school is not simply about giving these strategies to the students who are in the AVID elective class, but finding ways to embed some of these strategies across a school. Interestingly, I'll say I was in the middle school the other day, and I was happy to see binders on every student's desk. having a binder and an organizational system is one of the core areas of the O within Wicker. And so teaching students how to organize their learning, organize their resources so that they know where to find pieces and can go through their day without having to, scrounge through backpacks or go back to their locker and whatnot. So it's embedding Wicker strategies throughout. It's supporting our students and adding AVID elective classes to 8th grade. So students would take one of their electives and go deeper into the learning around AVID strategies, Wicker strategies, and how to work as a student. Also within these funds, we've contracted with Huntington Learning to provide some additional after-hours interventions and supports. The second goal area in achievement focuses on course failures. And both of these goals areas specifically identify Hispanic and Black students as a goal area to reduce some of the course failures. Again, I would point to the BAR program, Building Assets, Reducing Risks, as a core area to help identify those kids who aren't advancing in their courses the way they need to. And so identifying the supports and resources to assist them. Part of this is also expanding BAR at Lake Elmo Elementary and Afton Lakeland. Third goal area within achievement and integration is an integration goal. And so this speaks to some of the interactive cross-district programming that we've got. So we have a partnership with Mankato School District, Hastings, St. Peter, and Janesville, Waldorf, Pemberton, engaging students in an absent narrative project. And we have, Eric will be here. He can answer questions as well as we engage in some of this work. And I know he's shared a lot with you around these areas. The fourth goal area is teacher equity. So as we articulated on one of the earlier slides, really creating and retaining a racially diverse teaching workforce. And so one of the some of the strategies we employ here, partnering with Century College and creating that pathway program at the high school, which includes 2 courses that I presented on at our last board meeting that I'll be asking you to take action on, giving kids introductory experiences into the core aspects of what it means to be a teacher and how do we organize. And so that's a core component of our achievement and integration plan, as well as providing AVID students some of those experiences as tutors. So taking some of the things that they've learned and sharing that with students, elementary students during the summer. So those are the 4 core goal areas within our achievement and integration plan.
I'll just carry on with our A&I plan. Some of the impacts of our integration strategies here are that students have the opportunity to work and learn in racially, culturally, and linguistically and socioeconomically diverse learning environments. It goes back to that integration component. By forming these partnerships and having students learn in diverse environments. Students experience the intersectionality between their individual accountability and positive interdependence. And so they're able to recognize and incorporate and leverage divergent thinking. That's really important as we're thinking about career and college readiness and making sure that students are succeeding now while they're in school and beyond our doors. And then the last item here is that credit-bearing summer coursework. It creates that additional space in our AVID student schedules to take additional courses during the school year. And when I say additional courses, I really mean those courses that help these students see themselves as future college students. So providing some additional opportunities in their schedule to take things like AP courses, college in the schools, and even potentially PSEO or post-secondary enrollment options. These all provide an increasing equitable access to those college prep courses that are just essential. When we look at, again, this is a 2020-2021 summary report. So when we look at what are some of the things that we had to modify last year due to distance learning, There was quite a bit of shifting as we were going through various learning models. Some students were learning from home, some students were learning at school, some students were doing that blended learning approach while they were here every other day. As we were thinking about that, one tenet that was just constant through that is really listening and incorporating our student voice into what we do and how we're shifting to create that increased creativity and innovation in our programming. Focusing first on the social and emotional learning needs of our students, knowing that we need to do that first before we can jump to content acquisition. We vetted our distance learning efforts through the lens of our persistent standardized testing, achievement and opportunity gaps. And when we think about some of the gaps that our students have in access to technology or even use of technology, what we call is that digital divide that exists in order for these tools to serve as an equalizer. How do we utilize technology in a useful or in a positive way that's going to make a difference? We had to take a step back and look at what we did and how do we modify that. And then also looking at the telling the story of the impact of our efforts through that quantitative and qualitative lenses. So what you see here is a lot of data that's quantifiable, but also looking at and listening to what our students are telling us, what our families are telling us, and then what we know about those learning experiences by hearing the stories of our students and our families, and that's the qualitative lens that we're talking about there. And so with that, we have just a minute if we want to ask a question or two, but if, as soon as we're done with this piece of it, we are going to break apart into those small groups. So you get to hear directly from our school leaders and hopefully they'll be able to answer most of your questions about what does this actually look like in the school setting, in the classroom.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Director Riley.
Thanks. Just a quick question on actually what you just talked about, the modified strategies. First bullet point, I have two questions on the first bullet point. Can you explain to me what student voice is?
Yeah, that's a good question. So student voice is listening to our students. So it means that we are asking them the questions about how are they doing in school? How are they interpreting their learning environments? What is it that they need in order to succeed in the classroom? It's that input that we're seeking directly from our students.
Okay, so,
Can I just jump in a little bit too? Yeah. Just to add to that, it's really remembering that our students are our consumer. And so what you'll hear from a lot of our student leadership groups at the high school, they have kind of a call and response, and they'll say, nothing about us without us. Nothing about us without us. So it's just always remembering that our students are our consumers and really hearing their truth as we develop processes to support them and their families.
so it's not as seeing your teacher as being an oppressive person and this student at the same level as the teacher. Your teacher is still the authority in the room, correct?
I guess. So a teacher absolutely is the person who's responsible for managing the content that's taught in the course and the flow of the classroom, setting up classroom rules. However, I think what Eric Anderson was just sharing with us is that nothing without us is for us. Is that what you said?
Nothing about us
Nothing about us without us. And the last part is for us, right? So it's really engaging with our students as partners, rather than thinking about that, like you had.
You're basically an equal. The teacher is kind of viewed as being oppressive, so now we're moving up onto equal footings versus teacher-student
no, I
pastime
don't.
relationship.
I'm
Don't
not,
agree with
yeah, I'm not familiar with that construct. I think when I think of student voice, as a teacher, when I was in the classroom, it's about understanding what are their interests and identifying and using assessments and using projects and allowing students to have a hand in designing how they might share what they've learned. or to think about what are some of the specific areas we want to go deeper into. And so it's giving students an ability to play an active role and take ownership over their learning in partnership with the teacher.
Okay, that's what I would see. I know there are other, there are definitions floating around about what that is. And it does concern me a little bit because this district is moving really intently with Avid through the schools. And just one of the resources that I have pulled up from the Avid resources, one of the bullet points, it says, and this is from Respecting Experiences, Transforming Educators, and this is Avid training for the educator. I must take responsibility for and learn from my impact because individual level oppression is unintentional. However, unintentional oppression hurts just as much as intentional oppression. And number 8 was, I will reject the myth of colorblindness. So it does concern me a little bit on some of the language that we're going forward with this. Can you explain to me what is meant by educational reform?
Educational reform.
It's in the bullet point that we received. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say, educational reform is any time that we're reforming how we do or rethinking what we do. So I would say we've had quite a bit of educational reform as we've gone through the pandemic and looked at the way that we utilize technology to deliver instruction, the way that we have had to reset what we're doing in the classroom, take a little bit of a step back from our lesson plan at times, and slow
I
down.
can jump in too, Dr. Cherry, just a concrete example that we experienced with our programming. When we talk about cross-district student programming, we were able, you saw in there that we were partnering with Mankato, and you think, Mankato, there's a big geographic divide. But the approach we took during COVID was innovation through disruption. So, we had to fundamentally change the way in which we delivered classroom instruction, and we had about 17 days to do that. And so there were some veins of gold that came from that, some really good things. And that was one of them. When we started virtual cross-district student programming, we could partner with anybody and everybody, and it really opened doors, and it gave us access to, we connected with actors and actresses in Hollywood that could come in virtually and be a part of our programming and influence our kids as mentors. So I see that as really important. When conditions change, we have this opportunity of innovation through disruption.
Thank you. Director Sherman?
Can you explain to me, you mentioned the growth data was removed, like that MDE used to have growth data and that was used in some of these goals. Why was that, or is it?
Yeah, so I'm not a psychometrician, so I'll do my best here, but they would go through a process of identifying the score previously and identifying what a standard measure of growth would be from one year to the next year. And so they created a Z-score essentially, and so based on if it's a positive number and so big, you have medium growth or high growth or low growth if it's negative number. So they created that calculation for us based on 1 year data to the next year. They've never done so for instance, from 8th grade math until 11th grade math, they've never given us a growth score data point that covers multiple years. And so similarly with COVID, not having an MCA test in 2020, they didn't provide that calculation.
But it's not going away. They'll start providing that growth data between grades, not the.
I don't have that, I would assume so, but I don't know that to be true for sure.
Superintendent Lansfeld?
I would just ask if we have other questions, if we could send them our way and we'll answer them. We're running a little short on time and we have our leadership team here and I want to make sure we get to it.
Okay, I agree. Thank you very much. So where do you want us to go?
Yes, so we're gonna have 3 tables set up. And if we could have the middle school team go up in the front here. And then we'll have the high school and transitions and ALC here. And if we could have elementary and early childhood at the table there. And what we're gonna ask is that we have either 2 or 3 board members at each table so that we can rotate through and have some conversations. Our School leaders here are going to share some information about their school improvement plan.
Okay,
Like 2 per table.
thank you.
You guys wanna go there and Anne?
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, yeah,
that
too,
sounds
Katie's
good.
not here.
Should we go to, well, it looks like she's going there. Yeah, let's go down there.
Which one? High school? I think Vivian already.
Is it that idea of handing out those materials?
You wanna stay middle school?
Just leave that and figure out another way to get them to them, that's fine. But I do think at least for our board members, it would be really, really important, so I'll let you make that determination.
Did you leave them here?
I can, yeah.
Oh, yeah, why don't you leave them here and then I can touch base.
That'd be great. I'm staying for the whole thing. No, I'd like for you to be the one.
Like I said, we can certainly do the new one.
And there's 12, so I think for you and Jennifer to have one too, it would be good.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Yeah, yeah. As I was going through this.
So I think one of the real benefits
It's really important. Yeah, no, I'll support the kids in last.
we're working on the same page, which makes it nice because then our teachers collaborate, we're using the same language, and we're combining efforts to make sure. That's something that I think to depart. But, we
Pardon me?
Make a deal with you. When you're done with your report, in fact, if you have your report typed up, I'll give you a report, you do this.
Yeah.
Then I'll leave.
I think that's a good deal.
It is?
Yeah.
Everybody here would like that.
That's
to tell you
special.
the truth.
Well, I don't know,
This thing is great.
No, seriously.
People
it is.
especially.
Wait, let me advocate for her here, you know.
What was I gonna say?
Amelia,
I think it would
is
be.
Sophia going to be here tonight? Do you know?
I do not think so.
Okay, all right, so you're going to take the whole ball of wax then?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
See, the thing is,
Okay.
I have just about 50% of our students.
Karen?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Because it's not just reading. If they can't read, they
yes,
can't
okay.
comprehend. So they won't even understand the material.
Okay, we'll go back into session now, and we're just going to wrap up our work session. And to do that, I'm just going to turn it over briefly to Eric Anderson.
Thank you, Board Chair Petrie. I'd just like to take a moment and offer a recognition and an appreciation. I'd like to take a brief moment to share a farewell to Karen Lateral, our district's teaching and learning literacy specialist, whose last day will be next Friday, December 17th. After 23 years of supporting the students, families, and staff in our community. Karen, we have deeply appreciated the fact that your leadership and support of our district's educational initiatives always recognizes the whole child. And we are grateful for your tireless advocacy for both our students' high academic achievement and social emotional growth. Thank you as fellow staff for helping us stretch and grow through your willingness to share your in-depth knowledge of student learning, your equitable vision for public education, and most importantly, yourself with everyone you collaborate with. This approach has earned you deep-seated and lasting admiration from so many in our district and our community. And finally, for those of you who don't know, Karen served 9 years with the 148th Fighter Wing in the Duluth Air Force National Guard. She received a non-commissioned Officer of the Year award, both for her wing and for the entire state of Minnesota in 1996. So Karen, when we say thank you for your service, we truly mean it, always, in all ways. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know that very many of us also are going to feel that loss. Karen was a really valued member of administration here. Okay, we will go into our regular meeting. I call this meeting to order for Stillwater Area Public Schools District 834 School Board meeting for Thursday, December 9th, 2021. Joan, can you please take the roll call?
Director Hackert? Director Kelsenberg?
Here.
Director Porbeni?
Yep.
Director Riley?
Here.
Director Sherman?
Here.
Director Fatava?
Here.
Chair Petrie?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's rise to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Director Kelsenberg, can you read the district mission statement, please?
Yeah, the mission of Stillwater Area Public Schools, in partnership with students, family, and community, is to develop curious individuals who are active and engaged leaders in an ever-changing world, by challenging all students as they travel along their personalized learning pathways.
Thank you. And Director Vadova, the school board goals, please.
In partnership with community, parents, and students, the school board of the Stillwater Area Public Schools ensures excellence in education by increasing student achievement for all students, securing long-term financial stability of the district, and increasing community trust and engagement.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Director Corbani, is there a second? Director Sherman, all those in favor of approving the agenda, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. We move to introductory items, and the first one on that list is our student report. Amelia.
Okay. We look forward to hosting the choir concerts tonight and the winter concerts on Sunday and Monday. It's a great opportunity to see very talented students perform their craft. Thursday's concerts are at 6:30 and 8 p.m. Sunday's concerts are at 2 and 6 o'clock p.m. And then Monday's concert starts at 7. Congrats to our debate team on a very successful year. They ended the season placing third at the state tournament and had the most number of entries in 30 years. The girls' basketball team is off to a 3-0 start with their win over Irondale on Tuesday. They travel to Rosemont tonight for a game against the Irish. Boys basketball packed the gymnasium last week for youth night and won an exciting game over Blaine. Apple Valley got the best of the ponies on Tuesday. Boys hockey opened their season with a 3-2 win over archival White Bear Lake. They are hosting Park tonight. Girls hockey tied Cretan Derma Hall 1-1 on Tuesday and are currently 5-1. They will travel to White Bear Lake on Saturday. The wrestling team is off to an excellent start, starting 5-0 in dual meets and winning the Ferry Balt Invitational. They are competing tonight at Champlain Park. The boys swim and dive team opens their season tonight hosting the conference relays. The dance team will compete in their second conference meet on Friday in Forest Lake. It's great to see their numbers grow and we are able to give dancers opportunities at both varsity and JV levels. And then the bowling team won second on junior varsity at the state bowling tournament. Snow is finally coming and our Alpine and Nordic teams will soon be able to get out and do what they do best. And then recently we also hosted our December conversations on the topic of entrepreneurs. And some business leaders joined 6 students interested in businesses, and they were able to ask questions on everything from attending colleges to how to start a business. And then we have 4 courses that will be offered next year that will be articulated with Century College, and have also proposed 2 new courses in our educational program called Orientation to Education and Field Experience. And then sophomores are also getting their PSAT back and pre-ACT scores back, so they can see how they did on those.
Okay, thank you very much. Next on our agenda is recognition, so I will turn it over to Superintendent Lansfeld.
Okay, I would like to ask up Sophie Arndt, and if she can have a seat right here. Okay, Chair Petrie and Board Directors, we have a couple of recognitions tonight, and our first is Sophie Arndt, and I want to share about her talent, and it has been exhibited quite eloquently in what she's been able to do with her writing, and I want to share the recognition she received from the National Scholastic Press Association for her feature story of Becoming Myself, Brandon Rich. Sophia took third in the entire nation of high school students for individual story contest. She was the only student from Minnesota and was one of 9 students in the nation to have become a finalist for the Fall Selection 2021. And I believe this is the first such recognition for a story published in the Pony Express paper. And as you may know, the National Scholastic Press Association is a nonprofit organization founded in 1921 for high school and secondary school publications in the United States. The association is membership-based and annually hosts high school journalism conventions across the country. And the NSPA is considered to be one of the most prestigious award bodies in the high school journalism, comparable to the Pulitzer Prize, as referenced in Wikipedia. And a big congratulations to Sophia. Congratulations. And I asked her, if she was part of the yearbook and Pony Express, and you are like the editor.
I'm on our editor-in-chief staff, so I run our photography team, and
Okay.
I work with 6 of my very close friends, and we keep it running. It's really fun.
Thank you. I was the yearbook editor too. All my friends did other things, and so I know it's a lot of work and dedication to be able to do that. And just wondering if you have any questions for Sophia.
Sophia, congratulations. That is a huge honor. I mean, third in the country is is really something to be proud of. As someone who has a background in journalism, I know that your talent is going to serve you for the rest of your life, no matter what you do. So tell me a little bit about how you decided to do that story and what you brought to it and what you got out of it when you wrote that.
So funnily enough, Brendan Rich is actually one of my very good friends, and the story really came out of a place of pride over how strong Brendan is. So Brendan is one of my friends who transitioned at the beginning of their freshman year, and I kind of got to be with them during that journey and was like honored enough to be their friend for that time. And I just really wanted to show how strong they were, like, as a person. And so it really just came out of a place of, like, love and pride for my friend.
Wonderful. Anyone else have anything they want to add?
I'll just ask one.
Dr. Sherman?
Again, congratulations. Do you plan on pursuing journalism? Is that something you aspire to be?
Yeah, I'm looking at a lot of journalism colleges right now, and I honestly really love it and would love to do it for the rest of my life, so yes.
Well, you're quite talented. It was a great article, so.
Thank you.
Okay, University of Iowa, that's just what I'm going to say.
That's what my dad said.
That's where I went.
That's what Miss Style said, too.
Okay, well, thank you so much for coming here tonight. We were thrilled to be able to recognize you. That's quite an honor. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, next, we're going to move, Director Drummerhausen, if you could move the podium there, we'll use this. We have some very special guests coming up. If the team will come up, we have the Stillwater Middle School and High School mountain biking team and some of their coaches, and both teams took state. This is quite a dynasty. This is quite an accomplishment. I told them I love cycling here and there, and I started off with a Huffy that was about 200 pounds, and I've changed and shifted over to some other bikes, and I know how hard this can be. And if you would like to start, Dan, and introduce yourself, and then have the students introduce themselves with their name and their grade.
Sure, we'll go through. I'm Dan Ralston. I'm one of the high school counselors, and I also am the director of the mountain bike team. So I get the privilege of working with all these folks. We're about 100 riders between our 6 through 12, and it takes 35, 40 volunteers to make that machine go and to give these kids the opportunity to ride. Superintendent Lansfeld, if you want to come out this fall, we can have you sign a waiver and join us on any of our rides. We'll put a beautiful orange vest for your safety on and join us on a ride. It would be pretty special.
Orange is my color when it's not, black and red. So yes, I appreciate the invitation.
Good. We'll keep you safe. Make sure your helmet is on and you're obeying all the traffic laws as director or as a rider. But I'll introduce, as I said, our volunteers. I'll introduce our head coach, Lev. And I never say his last name right, so Lev Kate, and he's going to give a few thank yous, a few introductions, and then we have a hodgepodge of our riders here. So thank you guys for honoring us tonight. It's a privilege to work in Stillwater and to be part of this organization.
Hi, I'm the head coach, Lev. Last name is Carrion. It's Armenian name, 12 letters, very long. First name is Levon, but I go by Lev, so. I just want to thank everybody, thank the school district, the high school, the middle school for all your support. Without your support, having a team like this is very difficult. So the success of this team is also a product of their relationship with the school district and all the schools. So thank you very much for that. With our team state championships with the middle school and high school, we also have 2 individual state champions. Kate Kelsler right here, she won the freshman division for the high school. And then Lily Ward, Lily's not here, but her sister is, Louisa, won the JV2 category, which was very impressive with her first year riding. And at the all-state finale in Mankato, we had Stella Powell win the freshman race itself. So the final race is very interesting in regards to all the schools in the state are present. So how the racing works is we have 5 races that we go to, and each race is only allotted so many riders for that venue. So our team is very large, but we were very lucky this year to select like the hardest races and the most fun. So the kids had a challenge throughout the beginning of the year towards the end. Mount Cato allows the venue to be very large, so all the schools can attend, so it's really nice. So to see these, and then the state championship is not just the final race, it's an accumulation of points throughout the entire season. So for the kids to maintain focus for 2 months, really coming into practice and training really hard, there's a lot of physical requirements, but there's also a lot of mental requirements during those 2 months, and they did an awesome job. The middle school went into the final race a little bit behind in the overall points, but they rose to the occasion and they ended up winning by enough to take the state championship. And then the high school team was ahead by a bit, but they still kept on the gas and secured even more points at the state championship. So that was really nice to see. And the coaches, like Dan said, the 40 to 50 volunteers that we need to have to run this big red machine it's a lot. So a lot of the credit goes to them too. And just want to thank you for all your support and everything. And I'll let the riders start introducing themselves, maybe with the captains from this year.
Hi, I'm Louisa Ward. I'm one of the captains this year.
My name is Ben Luna. I am a senior this year, and I was a captain the past year, too.
Hi, my name is Rowan. I am also a senior, and I was also a captain this year.
My name is Caden. I'm also a senior, and I was also a captain.
Hi, I'm Kate, and I'm a freshman.
Hi, I'm Pinty Niderson, and I'm a senior this year.
Hi, I'm Charlie Kelzer. I was recently elected captain this year, so I'm going to be one of the incoming captains for next year.
I'm Charlie Sanderson, and I'm in 7th grade.
I'm August Lauer, and I'm in 7th grade.
I'm Jack Coleman, and I'm in 7th grade.
My name is Marcus Saffold, and I'm a senior.
My name is Everett Lauer. I'm a junior, and I'm also one of the upcoming captains this year.
My name is Max King. I'm also going to be one of the upcoming captains, and I'm a junior this year as well.
Hi, my name is Jack Ralston, and I'm a 10th grader.
My name is James Coleman, and I'm a freshman.
Hi, I'm Casey Steiner, and I'm a junior this year, and I'm one of the team mechanics.
Hi, I'm Elliot Johnson. I'm a junior.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and congratulations to everyone. This is just a huge honor, and the program has just grown like crazy over the last few years, hasn't it? I mean,
It's in its 9th year. Calvin Jones is hiding in the back. He doesn't want any recognition, but Calvin's
that name before.
Calvin
Yes.
started this team. He is the heart and soul, and was recognized by our state league as the volunteer of the year this year as well, and deserves a lot of accolades as well for the work he's done. So
yeah, well deserved.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that was fun. All right, superintendent's report.
Hey, thank you, Chair Petrie and board directors. And these recognitions of our students, this is the why of what we do each and every day. So it fills our bucket. Adapted soccer team placed 3rd at state. The Stillwater Adapted Soccer claimed the consolation title in the state tournament. The Ponies lost to the eventual state champion in the first round, but recovered with 2 victories. And Stillwater defeated South Suburban in the consolation finals to win the season with a 7-4 record. Congratulations. Just a quick reminder, if students need a homework device at home, we have a federal technology access grant. We will be able to provide a device and internet connection if needed to any student in our district. The device is intended to be used at home to help kids keep up with homework or stay connected during absences from school. There are no income requirements or other stipulations to qualify for a device. Just fill out the homework device request form on our website. Zoe, the therapy dog, retires. Congratulations and welcome to retirement, Zoe. We love this dog. Anderson Elementary wishes their animal assist therapy dog a happy retirement. Zoe has been helping occupational therapist Kelly Reed, who is just a phenomenal staff member when she visits with students. And we have community education winter classes that are now open. Registration is online. Community education has even more activities planned for this winter. There are 50 new classes for kids and adults to choose from, including an online coding club, clay, crafts, air fryer cooking, and more. You can view the catalog on the website. We also would love to have parents and community members consider open positions in our district, and we have a lot of them posted. There's bus drivers, paras, all sorts of positions. Please consider that. And if you would like to be a substitute teacher in our schools, you just need that degree, and we can help you walk through that application. We encourage everybody to come out and apply. And finally, some wonderful news. We know that one of our best mitigation strategies for COVID-19 happens to be vaccinations. Vaccinations are now available for children under 12, and we will be working with the Minnesota Department of Health to schedule on-site and drive-up COVID-19 vaccination clinics at several of our sites. We just confirmed today that the first vaccination clinic is tentatively scheduled for next Thursday, December 16th, from 4 to 7 p.m. at Stillwater Middle School, with a follow-up clinic 3 weeks later. Children can receive their vaccine inside the school or via the drive-through carpool loop. And we'll probably be sending home a pony tattoo and a pencil with that vaccination. More information about this clinic will be sent out soon to families. And with that, that's my report.
Okay, thank you very much. The board chair report, I just have one item this evening. People might have noticed that we have rearranged the agenda and moved open forum back toward the beginning of the meeting. We had moved it to the end for temporarily because we were having some raucous meetings, and we wanted to make sure that we would be able to get through the action items of this business meeting, because that is our primary purpose for being here, is to move forward the business of the district. But things are so much more calm these days, and so we've returned open forum to the beginning of the meeting, and that's what's coming up next. Those who wish to speak to the school board will be able to do so at a regular business meeting during open forum. You must sign up to speak. You may sign up only for yourself, not for other individuals or groups. Sign up will be available electronically the week of a board meeting, beginning at 8 a.m. on Monday and closing at 4 p.m. on Wednesday. You will receive a notification upon submitting your online form. Due to time limitations, we will limit the number of speakers to 15 who may speak for 3 minutes each. If you spoke at the last meeting, you may sign up to speak this week, but your name will be placed on a wait list. If speaking slots remain after the sign-up time ends, names from the wait list will be added to the speaking list in order of the time that individuals signed up. You will be notified if you are scheduled to speak. When your name is called, please be seated at the board table and state your name and address, including town, before you begin your remarks. Please pay attention to the timer, who will hold up cards indicating when you are approaching the end of your time. When time is called, you may finish your sentence. After you address the board, please leave the board table. Stillwater Area Public Schools, District 834, welcomes input from citizens as community involvement on the issues facing our district fosters better decision-making and improved learning experiences for all students. While comments and questions are welcome during open forum, law prohibits the board from discussing concerns about individual employees or students in a public meeting. We will stop the proceedings immediately if employee or student privacy issues are raised and direct the speaker to forward comments regarding individual employees or students to the superintendent. We welcome discussion of the issues, but will not tolerate the targeting of individual staff or students by name, position, or implication. Because we are modeling civil discourse for our community, speakers must present their testimony in a respectful manner. Vulgarity, character attacks, or malice will not be tolerated. The board will not deliberate, discuss, or engage in conversation with speakers during open forum. However, the board may ask administration to review the concerns presented. The first person tonight is Bill English.
Chair Petrie, members of the school board, and superintendent. I thank you for this opportunity to address you tonight. I have copies of my presentation in the event an old man like myself may not get through in 3 minutes. I will do my best, and I've timed myself. My name is Bill English. I lead the Northside Job Creation Team, a coalition of nonprofits, businesses, and faith communities. We support our members through business development, advocacy, and creating jobs for people of color. I am here to share how a local business and the NJCT members have been treated unfairly by this district and how this negatively impacts Stillwater families. Stillwater's primary transportation provider is the Metropolitan Transportation Network. They have been a member of the NJCT for more than 5 years. I would like to quickly add, they've provided more than 90 jobs for people of color, mostly female heads of household, at living wages and benefits. They have been a primary transportation here in Stillwater. MTN is an African immigrant-owned company founded in 2004. They drive Stillwater students to and from school and provide high-quality service despite the national bus shortage, driver shortage. A clear example of how they have been treated unfairly is that the district has not paid MTN a cent for its work in October and November. And only after weeks of MTN reaching out, the district only partially paid MTN for their July, August, and September invoices just yesterday. The district still owes MTN hundreds of thousands of dollars. MTN followed the proper process and submitted their invoices to the district transportation consultant, Cisco. According to the district, this consultant did not submit MTN invoices for months. Even though they haven't been paid, MTN continues to pay their drivers out of their own pockets, and so Stillwater students can get to school on a timely basis. Even though this includes a significant amount of overtime pay due to the driver shortage and the long routes that CISO created for MTN. No company can work for free for months. If MTN isn't fully paid soon, it will ultimately hurt the district and Stillwater families. I also must point out that MTN offered suggestions to improve the district's transportation management last summer. They were ignored for months. It wasn't until recently that they were finally implemented by the transportation consultant, and they help improve transportation.
Thank
I
you.
will pass my remarks on so that you could finish the two paragraphs left, and I appreciate the opportunity to address this august body.
Thank you. Sandy Hayner.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Sandy Hayner, Stillwater, Minnesota. So I'm here to share some feedback on your policies and your policy committee. First, I recommend you follow the policies you already have on the books, especially the one that says that the public has from 5:30 to 6 to sign up in person for open forum. You lied and said the reason you were moving to online was because so many people wanted it. Really? Where are they? All 15 open forum spots have only been filled a handful of times, and that was expected, given what you guys were up to. You claimed the board chair could just rip up policies and make new ones on the fly because it was for a good cause. We can clearly tell the good cause was for staff to sign up for open forum to levy for the campaign, or campaign for the levy, which they financially benefit from, so mission accomplished, and now they're gone. Regardless of the motives, you're in violation of your own policies, and you have been for at least 4 months. Just because you say you're working on and reviewing and updating a policy does not mean that you aren't held to the policies that are already board approved, voted on, and in the books. If you want anyone here to take your policy seriously, start by doing so yourself. Secondly, let's talk about MSBA. I tuned into your policy working group meeting. The work consists of 3 board members comparing 834 policies to MSBA policies and then copying them word for word. When a question comes up about the policy or why the previous board wrote them the way that they did, your knee-jerk and only reaction is to call MSBA and legal counsel. None of you even suggested referring to the actual state statute, much less reading it, to understand the laws surrounding your policies and your responsibilities in them. Nope, you either just wipe out the existing policy to copy MSBA's generic policy, or spend all kinds of taxpayer money to ask questions you could easily look up yourselves. And I'd just like to know what that bill is adding up to. The school board policy working group defers all leadership to the assistant superintendent or the board chair. Her big job seems to be to copy MSBA verbatim and say, I totally agree with what you just said. You emphasize the importance of having our policies be identical to the generic one-size-fits-all policies, which literally oversees no actual schools at all. Why even have a school board if all you can do is copy and not even think for yourselves or tailor policies to the important things in this community and our district? How are you our actual representation if all your work is just to be a carbon copy of another entity? You even shared that MSBA is the one who instructed you to move open forum to the end. That wasn't your decision. That was you just following orders again. I will point out, though, you're not totally opposed to deviating from the policies, right? Because you openly activated that board members could relinquish their ability to address the community to just you. You totally advocated for deferring that way. So I am just wondering, we've got a board chair who obliterates existing policies when she's got an agenda, who makes up new policies when she's feeling tyrannical, violates law when she's feeling sensitive, and then wants to bang the tiny hammer to pretend she respects any kind of decorum or policy. When I've pointed out the chair's violation of policy, the response from the chair was, there's no policy preventing me from doing so. And guess who sits on the policy committee? The board chair. I don't expect to see a policy curtailing that power anytime soon, but my question for the board is, are you actually okay with just being Bev's board and an MSBA proxy? And if so, you should resign. And if not, then what are you going to do about it? Thanks.
Okay, next on our agenda is the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Director Pardee, did you want to pull something?
B and C, please.
Okay. All right. Anyone else want to pull any items? Director Sherman?
I wanted to pull item B.
B? Okay. All right, so then I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Item A, minutes of November 18th business meeting. D, Chromebook purchase for ECF program. E, policy 203, operation of school board governing rules. F, policy 203.1, school board procedures, rules of order. G, policy 203.3, consent agenda. And H, human resources personnel report. Can I get a motion? Director Pardee, is there a second? Director Sherman, all those in favor of approving these items on the consent agenda, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Okay, Director Riley, you had disbursement register that you wanted to discuss?
I did. So I had pulled quite a few, and I do this with the disbursements frequently. I pull random, almost like when you do a random audit, right? You just kind of see what's what, asking, and then I become familiar with things that are happening within the district. I want to go to number 352458 McEnany Educational Media. There was a purchase for library books for $759.71. You don't need to comment on it. I just have a statement I want to make right now. Let me pull that up here. So, here it is. When I was reviewing that data, or the PO for the library books, there was quite a few books that I looked at, and some that may be a little contentious in today's era. One of the books that I pulled, and I did not have time to read it, but I can only go with the reviews that I could read placed on this book, and it's called They Both Die at the End. So I'm going to read a couple of things to you of these reviews. Inappropriate language and content for young readers. The rating and recommended age range for this book is highly miscalculated. Extremely unsettling, sexual, and vulgar content targeted for kids as young as 12. Talks about drugs, masturbation, sleeping through school, and wanting to die. Horrible. This book is filled with the F word and should not be recommended for children. I was highly disappointed in this book with the amount of filthy language in it. My daughter didn't make it past the second chapter without seeing the F word at least 5 different times, along with other foul language. I am so disappointed. So disappointed. Just no, 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 no more. You guys want us to approve curriculum and classes without seeing curriculum. I would have no idea books like this are being purchased, because unless I did a random audit and pulled it up, I would have no idea. Then I have to go through it. I have to read upon these books to see what I'm mortified that these are being brought into our schools. Just mortified. And I understand this policy committee that's supposed to be reviewing this curriculum committee in the process. No. Right is right and wrong is wrong. You do not approve a class before the curriculum is through. And these books are going into our libraries. This was one book that I audited. I don't know what else is out there. And I am so disappointed. So disappointed. I cannot approve any of this. I can't, but will not even approve disbursements.
Director Parbaney.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. So we don't read a book, but we make statements about other people's statements. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Director Sherman, did you have something with disbursements?
Yes, I had pulled a disbursement just because it struck me as being higher than normal. I mean, I just wanted to kind of look into it. And it's a legal bill, and it is for $25,081.37. And $21,360.50 are for data requests. So I know that I want to reaffirm first, this is not about the community's right. The community has a right to make these data requests, and that's an important right that taxpayers have, and we need to make it accessible and transparent for community members. At the same time, taxpayers deserve to know how their taxpayer dollars are being spent. And so this is concerning to me because honestly, there's nothing in place from a policy perspective that would stop these costs from ballooning. I mean, we would have no idea. This bill was $21,000, a little over $21,000 for data requests. It could easily be double that next month, depending on the data requests that come in. So I guess I want to make sure that as we review our current policy, which is being done right now in the policy committee, that I'd like the policy committee to review what the board can do to help rein in these costs and just provide some processes that are common sense so that we can start just really auditing these costs, because it's significant. I mean, $21,000 is practically half of the letters program that our staff is implementing right now. So it's, but like I said, it's an important right that taxpayers have, and so I support it. I just think that we need to look at the common sense practices that are in place to execute. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Director Riley?
I would kind of like to agree with that. I would like us to evaluate our process so it isn't so costly.
Okay, thank you. And just one more thing, going back to what Director Riley said earlier. Superintendent Lansfeld, I wonder if you could review that book that she's referring to, because essentially what we have heard so far is individual reviews of the book. And so I guess I would like some more context. And I realize that you probably can't give that tonight, but perhaps at the superintendent's report at the next meeting, you might be able to give us a report on that particular book and why it was chosen and how it's being used. I think that would be helpful for the public. Okay?
We'll do that.
Yep. All right, thank you. So is there a motion then to approve disbursements? Director Sherman, is there a second? Director Vadova? All those in favor of approving disbursements, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries. And then C, Equity Alliance, Director Riley.
Yeah, I just have a quick question, Kayla. Maybe you can help me understand, because I wasn't a part of any of the pre-work done on this that you had with other committees. The description of the request, I am just curious to know what the 25 participants at the Middle School Business Innovation Academy, what is that?
Yeah, so that is a 2-week summer program for students in middle school entering 7th and 8th grade in the fall. It's hosted in partnership with the University of Minnesota Carlson School of Management. It's hosted on their campus. Students participate in interactive hands-on activities. They build leadership, critical thinking, problem solving, and teamwork skills while igniting a passion for learning.
Okay, thank you. That's
Yep.
all I had. If nobody else has any questions, I move to,
Okay, is there a second?
approve.
Director Perbini, all right. It's been moved and seconded to accept item C, Equity Alliance, and under consent agenda. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, we're moving on to reports. The first item on the agenda is Truth in Taxation, and that is Dr. Tyne.
Thank you, Board Chair, directors, and people at home. Do you mind if I take my mask off?
Please do.
It'll be easier for everybody to hear. First of all, a lot of people say that when you hear the word truth in taxation, that it's really an oxymoron. But I assure you, we're going to try to give you all the details that you possibly, oh, how does this work here?
You want me to work it for you?
Yeah, because otherwise I'll lose track and we'll probably end up in
Gotcha.
someplace else or somebody.
Need a nod when you're ready.
Okay, I will nod. Thank you. Thank you for your help, by the way. So, I'm going to ask you to take a step back in time. And the step back in time is going to be to September of this past year. And that's when the board, you, members of the board representing the community, approved the preliminary tax levy. I want to remind everybody that that was the levy before the referendum election. And remember, I'm sure you remember very well, the election included, one, the renewal of the referendum plus an increase, and also it included the tech levy, okay? So that was in September. And, you know, the thing that's really difficult when you talk about truth in taxation is that two of the most important things in people's lives, in fact, I would say the most important thing are the students that we serve. And the second probably would be, for a lot of people, the money that they're going to be paying the district in taxes to take care of that job. Now, the information that you're going to see tonight is going to be, as of December 9th, it's going to not include the new referendum yet because you haven't approved that, the referendum, but the levy hasn't been approved yet. And that will be approved on December 21st. And during that time tonight, the board will hear testimony from people in the audience, and they'll evaluate that information. And from that information, they'll make their decision, which will be put before at a public meeting on December 21st in the evening. Now, in the truth in taxation, there are certain guidelines that we need to follow. One is that we need to present the budget for the current school year. And two, we need to go through and list the levy to make sure that it's clear, it's understandable, and that everybody's aware what's going to be happening. First of all, the budget that we're going to be presenting tonight is going to be the preliminary budget. And I should have nodded, and I didn't do that. I'm sorry. The preliminary budget is the budget that's put together before or approved by the board in June of this year, 2021. Before that, a lot of information was not available to put that together. One, how many students we're going to be serving, which would be one of the main things. Two, it does not include COVID funding because we weren't sure exactly what we were going to do with COVID. And tonight you're going to hear, I believe, an excellent report from the Assistant Superintendent and the Director of Curriculum and Instruction on that particular topic. It does not include total salary adjustments and benefit adjustments for our staff. And it does not include the state revenue increases that we know have been approved, and they are not part of this initial budget. Initially, the budget put together showed a slight reduction in the, increase in the revenue. And on the next sheet, it shows the expenditures, and it shows a 2.7% increase. Those numbers, since this is a preliminary, the board will receive information in mid-February with the final budget that'll include all of the things that I mentioned that were not included in the first document. Now, on the next slide, it shows how we spend our money and where it goes. This is a pie chart that shows where the revenue comes from and also where the expenditures occur. Now, the revenue, 90% of it comes from state and local sources. About 6% comes from the federal government, and the majority of that is because of the COVID funding. And then the remaining 4%, approximate 4%, is from other local sources. On the expenditure side, the majority of the expenditures that occur, over 60%, are from instructional, regular and vocational and special education instruction. And they are broken down by different areas. One of the things that a number of people ask, what's the amount that's spent on administration? And about 3% of the district's total budget goes for administration, and about 3% goes for district support. Pupil transportation takes up about 7.6%. And that will continue to grow as our students' numbers continue to grow, which we sure hope and anticipate. Now, on the next slide, we'll talk about where the levies come from. First of all, the authority for school levies can only come from two places. One, set by the state formula, or two, voter approved. We just went through that voter approved situation in November, where the community generously approved the referendum change and the tech levy. The state formula is set by the legislature each fall, or each spring. And that's presented, and that's how the dollar amount per student is generated. And that's where the majority of the state revenue comes from. Now, the dollars are based, or the levy is based on two separate forms of taxation. One is the referendum market value. And basically, to put it in simple terms, the amount that this is put in place to help lower the cost or to share the cost with local taxpayers, so they're really aware of what they're paying. And it's real market value and others, businesses pay the same on referendum value taxes. You'll notice too on this chart that our market value has continued to increase over the past number of years, and significantly. We're in a community that has growth and value is increasing. Net tax capacity is used for other sources, and it's a way that it's calculated that probably less of the tax burden goes to the homeowner and more goes to businesses and apartments. And you'll notice too that that's increasing, but it's kind of flattened out during the past year. The biggest change in the net capacity this year is going to be the tech levy, and that amount was put against net tax capacity. Now, this next sheet you have is really, I apologize for it, it's rather small, but I wanted to make sure that all the information was on it. It compared the amount of tax that was levied in 2021 and under real market value or referendum market value, and also net tax capacity, and then with a total. It also has the estimated amount for pay 22 for both real market referendum market value and net tax capacity. You'll notice that there are individual lines, and I can go through a number of them, but to save time, and I'm sure if there are comments and the community has them, that they will forward them and you'll make sure that I get them so that we can address them. First of all, the referendum shows an increase, and the reason that it shows an increase is because the board asked for a small increase in the referendum. One of the reasons that it shows a larger increase is because the adjustments from this year are less than they are in previous years. You'll also notice that equity has decreased this year, and the reason for that is because the referendum has increased and the state changes the amount that we're allowed to receive from equity. The local option is the amount that the state put in place. It's $724. That's times the number of pupil units that we serve, and that's the amount that the board approves when they levy in the fall. There's also a transition, which is a small amount, $27,000, and then prior year's adjustments. That's for the real market value, and the real market value total is about $22,535,273.20. The estimated net tax capacity, you'll notice the big change is for the capital project or the tech levy, as it was known, 4.7 million. And then they're listed below, also on net tax capacity, operating capital, QComp is included in there. And you'll remember when we went before you early in the year, we asked for over 800,000, but the state reduced that because the amount of proration was greater this year. And so we didn't receive that full amount, or we won't be allowed to levy that full amount if you decide to do that. The integration, achievement integration, you'll notice that was talked about earlier today. This portion is the amount that's the local levy. Then unemployment, safe schools, and probably many people aren't aware that because we belong to the intermediate school, they are not allowed to levy for safe schools, so we levy a portion of that. And they're also not allowed to levy for land and building a portion of that. And so for their building purposes, so we levy for that also, and then to cover that. The other thing is OPEB, which is in there, which is $800,000, and that's the amount that was on the fall levy. And when we put that on, that was a decision to put it on with the idea that we could revisit that if necessary in the year, later in the year, or tonight, or next week. Now, there's also a large adjustment. You'll notice that the adjustment this year, and that is mostly in the long-term facility maintenance, was a reduction of $2.9 million. The subtotal for the net tax capacity is $14,613,857.51. The total levy this year is $37,149,130.71. That's the general fund. On the next page, you'll notice that there's community service levies, and that's going to be a reduction this year. You'll notice that we levy for basic, for early childhood family education, home visits, adults with disability, school-age care, and then also an adjustment. And there's a reduction this year in that total levy. If you go to the next one, that would be the debt service. And the debt service is the amount that we pay to cover the construction of buildings. It's like the mortgage payment that you have on your house. And you'll notice that the amount, the pay schedule this year is $10,173,000 with a debt excess reduction of $593,000. The reason there's a reduction, you'll remember that when you levy that, you, by state law, have to levy 5% more than the debt service is required. That's to make sure that our debt is covered by the levy. You'll notice that there's other debt service that was paid last year. That was the debt service on the early childhood family education building, and that has been paid off. Total amount for debt service this year, $9,591,494.57. If you go to the next page, please, the totals are the real market value of 2021 and net tax capacity, the total, compared to the total of fiscal year 22. The fiscal year total this year is $47,735,074.56. You'll also notice on the next slide that there's a chart that shows the levy over the past few years, and you'll notice they're up, down, and also increased. One of the reasons that they show this increase is because of the long-term facility maintenance dollars, because they're approved in the spring by the board. I think you may remember that. They're put on the levy sheet later on, and we're allowed to spend those monies, but they need to be spent during that fiscal year. If they're not spent during that fiscal year, then that is adjusted down, so the taxpayer gets a break on, or is lowered on that one. Now, one of the questions that was asked, the next sheet, please, is how much do we pay in comparison to others? First of all, this is the comparison chart that you had a chance to see when we were going for the referendum. It showed our referendum and the amount that we have for taxes payable, and levy certification report was $1,177 compared to the state average. This amount, or this chart, is before the referendum and before the tech levy. Now, there's also, the next sheet is going to be a breakdown of the estimated impact on property values. One of the things that you should be aware of, we have something in this 7-county metro area called fiscal disparities. And there are some counties that generate more growth than others. In an effort to make it fair so that it's spread kind of equally, the new growth is spread over the 7-county metro area. And the majority of, or a large portion of the new growth is always in 2 big counties, and that is Hennepin and also in Ramsey County. So Washington County does pick up a little extra in the fiscal disparities pool. And you'll notice that there is a reduction. And originally, the total certified levy would show an increase of $7,265,000. Because of fiscal disparities, that drops under 7 million, about 6,900,000. It also gives the tax rates there. Now, when you go to the next page, one of the questions that people will have is, what is this going to mean to me on my tax burden right now? What am I going to see on my tax statement when it shows up? If you take a look at the estimated market value, 350,000, you'll remember the chart we showed in the spring showed $1,177. When you add in the primary estimated tax payable, it would be $1,309, an increase of $132. Originally, we had estimated that was going to be at $140. That's the amount that we shared. So there's been a little bit of a reduction because of that. Now, you'll notice that it has the market value on residential homes, commercial property, and also apartments, and it shows what it was, or the taxes paid in '21, and what they'll be estimated in '22. The reason that's estimated is you haven't approved it yet. And once you approve those, they'll be adjusted by the county auditor, and they'll be forwarded. And on the 21st, that's when you'll be bringing that forward. Now, there are many variables on the next page that may cause property taxes to increase or decrease. One is a change in market value. And a lot of times people take a look at it and say, oh, my taxes weren't too bad. Then they'll notice that their market value probably dropped. Or they say, boy, my taxes went crazy. And sometimes that market value will show a big increase, and that will cause it. Now, there may be changes in rates or history. In other words, what I mean by that, the rates that you just saw that are established, that were on the chart, that fiscal disparities was on, that might have an effect on it. Also, you have to remember that the state of Minnesota has really, the legislature in the spring, when they get together, we're always kind of surprised on what's going to happen and come out the back door. Sometimes things change, and commitments that we make or estimates that we make may change because of changes in the legislature. They may reduce or increase. Now, it could be affected by a market value credit. Sometimes there might be a credit. And then voter-approved referendum, and this year, that's going to be the change that's going to be probably drive the biggest change. And then, of course, I mentioned the state adjustments already. Now, I think tonight, too, unless there's something from the board that needs to be addressed.
Truth and tech, right? It's a public comment.
Yes, we are going to do public comment, but perhaps we can do any questions by the board first?
Yep.
Is that okay? All right.
My best.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions from board members? Director Rowley.
I guess my question is to the board itself. I know that when we initially set these parameters of these non-voter approved levies such as OPEB, QComp, we had just said that this could be revisited, and when are we going to have the opportunity to do that and discuss whether or not where the dollar amount should be set?
I am assuming that we would be doing that at the December 21st meeting, because that's pretty much the sole summary of what we're going to be doing at that meeting.
I will bring the chart. Basically, the information that's in this document will be boiled down into what the levy would be. At that time, it's not a levy until you approve it as a board. You can make adjustments right up until that time. Either you can't increase it, but you can make some reductions if you wanted to. I'd like to thank you. A lot of times this data is really as dry as dust, and most people look at it and go, wow, do we really have to do this? I think it's a good thing for us to share with the community and to the public, and to allow them to voice their opinion, because the information you're going to hear from the public is really going to give you food for thought on the decisions you're going to have to make as board members.
I did have one question. When that slide where you were talking about the variables that may cause property tax increases and decreases, is there an effect on taxes that comes from enrollment? And is there an effect that comes from growth of within the community, more houses being built and all that kind of stuff? Can you talk about those factors? And
Yeah. First of all, let's talk about the growth in, like, somebody builds a brand new house. and let's say there's only 4 people in the district that are paying for it, 4 houses. When they built the 5th one, that spreads the tax across the larger portion of the community. So the 4 that were paying all of it, now they pay a little less because you have a new person taking part. Enrollment does play a part in it too, because a lot of the information in here is driven by enrollment. So what will happen, you notice the adjustments that were in there? As the enrollment fluctuates up and down, there are adjustments because you served more kids or less kids, and they're the multiplier that increase the value. One other thing that enters into it is abatements, and I think you're all familiar with tax abatements, and that's when there's a taxpayer who says, boy, my valuation is way off. We have to do something about this. And what they do is they apply for abatement of taxes. And then those taxes are put on hold. Well, they may go to court or there may be a ruling on it, but the district will get that money in the end. I was in another district where, a mall was reevaluated, and when the mall was reevaluated, it really reduced the tax burden or the tax revenue by $3.5 million. We ended up getting that money back, but it took us a period of time because we had to levy that and pass it over the remaining taxpayers. So, does that help?
It does. Thank you very much. Georgia Vadova.
I guess I wanted to ask a question based on like looking at my own tax statements. I noticed in 2021, the amount of voter-approved levies versus the non-voter approved levies were almost equal for our district in 2021. And then in 2022, if we keep things basically the same thing will happen with the voter non-approved levies that have already been planned for. So is there a reason there's certain things that are usually in the voter non-approved levies versus the things that are in the voter approved levies?
Yeah. Certain things, could you go back some slides, please, to the levy sheet where it's spread out, all of it? A little more, a little more, a little more. You're getting very good at this. Stop, please. Thank you. You'll notice there are some things on there that basically, example would be, let's take the capital, which is on the top line. Really, that's only a portion of that is in levy. The other portion is in state aid. And that changes depending on what the state sets. They may increase that percentage or decrease that percentage. And so that makes a difference too. So I don't know if that helps you at all, but it.
So is what you're saying is then the non-voter approved levy would help to even that out, things like that. So the non-voter approved levy tends to even out the budget for the things that come and go or are different each year?
Non-voter approved levies are really things that.
Talk about OPEB for a reason that might help.
Yeah. Should you use OPEB?
Use OPEB.
I'll use OPEB. OPEB is it has both levy component and it has an aid component. The aid component comes and is set aside for paying for retiree benefits. Excuse me. OPEB pays for retiree benefits. We have a trust fund that has approximately $6.8 million in it. This past year, in fact, I can take a look right now, we had an actuarial study that told us that our total payments for 2021 for benefits were $1,411,000. If we don't levy at all for that, then it all comes out of the trust fund. And as the trust fund diminishes or goes down, eventually it'll be gone. And when that's gone, then we're going to have to pay for it.
All out of the general fund.
Yeah. Does that help?
That's probably why it fluctuates a little bit.
And I'd be happy to sit down and go through either of the great details too.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, there is a component of this presentation where we ask for comments from the public on this. According to Minnesota statutes 275.065 subdivision 1F, during a regularly scheduled meeting, the budget and levy will be discussed and the public will be allowed to speak. So we are coming now to the public comment section. The school board is giving the community an opportunity to comment on this report. Only comments pertaining to this report will be allowed, and any questions asked will be reviewed and answered at a later date. And so if you would like to comment, we ask you to come forward and sit at that chair right over there and let us know your comments about the tax levy. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to come forward?
Okay, so, in the, Sandy Hayner, Stillwater, Minnesota. In the packet, there are I wish I had the packet up here, but listen, it's interesting that you're missing Q-Comp, non-voter approved levy, from some of the things that you have listed, and I just wonder why that is. Because, so in June, you guys approved to go out for that levy. And then in that discussion about how you would talk about all these things before today, there was all of this talk about, so Q-Comp stands for quality compensation. It's supposed to, incentivize teachers to do a great job and be rewarded for that. And so we already get $1.4 million in state aid. This is the first time that you guys have ever approved the idea of going out for a non-voter approved levy for Q-Comp. And Director Riley expressed frustration about being blocked from Q-Comp meetings and didn't feel right taxing people in something that she has no say in. And I feel like she just basically pointed that out again. And your response was, yeah, well, on the day that we actually want to vote on this and push it through, we'll give you some tidbits, by which time it will be too late to do anything about that. Sherman, Hockert, and Petrie, you guys all said that it was super great and it was going to be for professional development, and that is great. For the the students, and that it was a great investment of our dollars, right? Except that then afterwards, we had Deb Van Cly, Q-Comp lead, and Josiah Hill present to the Q-Comp board and the teachers union that this is actually the plan for the Q-Comp dollars. And in that, it was not about academic professional development. It was about really ramping up the social justice efforts as dictated by, they want to follow the lead of the national teachers unions and lean into state and national justice efforts. And those national justice efforts explicitly lay out that they want to target CRT opposition, they want to oppose immigration laws, incorporate CRT and BLM by name into classrooms, and dismantle police unions while creating Amazon, right? We've done this. I've explained this to you before. And you didn't talk, none of that presentation was about academic professional development. Then when he sat here and gave this explanation of a bunch of word salad without saying what it was actually going to go to, even then when Director Riley was asking questions about what about this, right? It was non-answers and very evasive. And today, earlier before this meeting, you're talking about the dollars and how eager you are to work towards educational reform, but neglect to define what that means to you and whether we would support being taxed for your version of educational reform. And so I guess I'm wondering when this tax and spend board is going to stop pandering to political and administration, stop pandering to political groups, and who do not even prioritize fiscal responsibility nor student academic success. Another thing, you spin your spending as justified because it's going to be spent on community driven committees. And then you load those groups up with admin and staff, handpicked staff, to lead those community groups to come out with the resolution that you have already pre-picked. And if that isn't enough, now you schedule the meetings for 7:30 on a weekday, limiting that community even more. Never mind, no reminder emails, or won't even answer the email that I sent you today. So when you say that this tax dollars that you're going to spend on these community-driven things, it's a lie. It is untruth in taxation. And Allison, you very carefully selected the legal fees for data practices, and you're so concerned about those. And while I question your intentions, it does bring up a valid point regarding taxpayer dollar spending on that. So it is completely unreasonable what this district spends on data requests, and that is 100% self-inflicted by you guys. So your staff, when I've reviewed those data requests, first of all, they take months to come in. And then we got some insight on why they take months. And that is because, so your staff had laid out that first you pay a third party to go and pull all of that information out. And then you pay your staff person to then go through and use her own discernment about what she thinks should or should not be in there, despite the fact that it's supposed to be just generic and on the terms that are asked for. And then you send it to legal, and then they overly redact consistently, and you pay them for all that, and it takes months. And if you're trying to go for the angle of the community is just so burdensome by imposing all these legal fees on us, no, that's you. First, you're supposed to, by statute, have your documents stored in an easy and convenient way so that you can pull them out. Then you won't need all of our tax dollars to pay for those legal fees. You don't do that. And then you have them redact things that we legally have a right to. So that is more waste of our tax dollars, and then you want to blame the community. So how about you just be more transparent and honest about what you're spending the money on and how you've come up to the conclusions of what you're going to spend the money on, and then we wouldn't need to do the data requests that you find to be so burdensome and bothersome to you. So anyway, I could go on about all the ways that you waste our money, but overall, I'm just asking you to vote no to this tax and spend administration. Thanks.
Is there anyone else who would like to come forward and speak?
Hi, I'm Kate Neiman from Stillwater Township. I have one specific question. I tried to think up a bunch of them, but I didn't get there. One of the items on the expenditure form, I think it's page 29, you lay out basically the categories of expenses, and one of those is transportation. So it looks like the actual is about, I think it's 8.8 million this year, and it's going up, or maybe it's 8.6 million, and then goes up to 8.9 million for the preliminary. Marching back to last year in the actual, we had a number of 7.6 million. So going from 7.6 million to 8.9 million is almost $1.5 million in 2 years' time. So to me, that's a lot of money. And it's a lot of money, especially when you think about what's going on with busing right now. And I think, I for one, and I think the community at large needs to understand that line item better. I don't think it's right that we are spending more money and getting the level of service that we're getting. And I'd like to know why. I don't know if tonight's the night or if.
So we are not going to be answering questions tonight
Okay.
because it just might take a little bit of time to assemble a proper response for you. And so what we'd like to do is just get back to you with the answers to whatever questions you have.
That's fine, but, so that was my my main question. I could come up with more, but I won't.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to come forward?
Good evening. My name is Carl Blondin. I live in Stillwater, Minnesota. I had some observations and questions, and I understand I may have to wait to get the answers, but if someone knows the answer right away, I'll let you interrupt me. If I read things correctly, our current capital funds balance is about $6 million. And if I understand, that doesn't include almost $2 million from the sale of Withrow. So we're looking at, if I'm correct, is that $8 million? Thank you. If we follow the community design team's recommendation and sell the central services building and move the administration into this building, that's got to be well beyond another $2 million. I understand some things with Brookview are a little more expensive than we thought, but realistically, we're going to have over $10 million in the capital balance fund. Certainly, a large part of that can be used to pay down the Brookview certificate of participation. I'd like to know what is a prudent level of funds to keep in your capital fund. How much money? I understand there ought to be something there in case a roof needs to be replaced or there's some other structural emergency, but we certainly don't need $12 million potentially in that fund. We might be able to pay for all of Brookview from that fund and still have a reasonable reserve. Now, unfortunately, the previous board, in particular, Sarah Stivlin, Mike Potocik, Liz Weisberg, and our current board member, Tina Riley, they delayed the building of Brookview by 2 years. Because of them, the taxpayers are facing a significantly larger amount of money. I think it's imperative that this board educate the public of the responsibility those 4 politicians have for increasing our taxes. We, the public, deserve to know the reason why the cost has gone up and how much it has gone up. Another matter, the time we passed the referendum, the big one to add on the addition to the high school, I expressed concern about the cost of artificial turf for athletic fields. My understanding is that artificial turf has a warranty of about 8 years. That's its useful life. It's wearing out. We're about 4 years into it. I haven't heard anything about a private campaign from the boosters and others to raise money to pay for this artificial turf. We have very important educational needs. We have a limited number of tax dollars. Each tax dollar can only be spent one time, and one time alone, and it should be going to educational purposes, not a sports facility. I have a good friend who's very conservative. He lives in Minnetonka. He votes against absolutely every school referendum. And he told me he's never had to vote against sports funding because it's all raised privately. Why are our boosters getting off with not having to chip in to replace the turf? If people want artificial turf, that should be coming in as private donations, not an added burden on the taxpayer and a burden that takes money out of the classroom. Dr. Tyne, I was a little confused on part of your presentation on pages 32 and 33. I'm not tracking on why the referendum market value can go up, but the net tax capacity go down. I think that needs to be better explained. I think of myself as a person of average intelligence. I'm not catching it. And if I'm not catching it, my suspicion is half the people aren't catching it, and we ought to know. Also, I noticed there's no judgment levy line on the proposed budget. Dr. Tyne, are you that confident in the district's case with Kristen Hoheisel? Are you betting on Trevor Helmers winning that trial? I don't know. I watched the motion hearing earlier this year, and I can tell you, and I read the legal memoranda of both Mr. Fieberger, the attorney for Kristen Hoheisel, and Mr. Helmers. And as an attorney, I put my money on Mr. Fieberger. He seems to be driving the car here. I don't know. I want to know. Is that included in the non-public levies or non-voter approved levies? Do you need to add it in? And I think we're looking at potential 7-figure liability for the taxpayers, and this board needs to be honest. What we are facing because of the legal actions of the previous board, which included Ms. Riley, the illegal actions, we're facing serious financial exposure. As a matter of fact, I just got a copy of the Pamela Harris report from a friend of mine who asked for it and actually he had to sue the district to get it. And in the report, Pamela Harris says, no malfeasance and no deliberate violation of law or policy by district officials. That would include Ms. Hoheisel. Your own expert is saying she did nothing wrong. And then Sarah Stivland is saying she's dismissing Ms. Hoheisel for cause. My request is that when you add the judgment levy line, instead of simply calling it a judgment levy line, call it what it is, the Sarah Stivland tax, because we the taxpayers will pay it because of her obstinance and foolishness. Thank you.
Anyone else who wants to come forward?
The public better not have to pay anything for Kristen Hoheisel. So my comments here, I wrote some comments down on my phone, so I'm just gonna read them from here. I noticed that, Allison, I appreciate that you mentioned that taxpayers deserve to know how their tax dollars are being spent. And then you mentioned you're concerned with costs for data requests. Many data requests are done to learn about expenses and contracts and to find out about curriculum and the conversation behind decisions. The public has the right to know this information. The superintendent even requested that a curriculum question I had go in as a data request. So I guess my solution to that is to make the disbursements, contracts, and curricula public. And that would reduce the work involved in the area of data requests. And I have done this before, but my data requests have been maybe too broad and pulled in way too many documents. And so if the district would proactively provide this, basic kind of information, that would reduce the data requests. I do suggest talking with Don Gemberling from the Minnesota Coalition on Government Information. For starters, there shouldn't be a need to send data requests to legal. And right now, the data requests are over redacted. It looks like somebody's putting a lot of work where they may not need to, because each redaction needs to come with a reference to a specific section of law that classifies the data as not public. That's not being done, but I've noticed there have been a lot of really strange redactions. No other redactions should be made. Like, for example, if the person reviewing the email thought that the information was embarrassing or too personal, it was about their kids, well, it's too bad, because then the person maybe shouldn't be using the district email for that kind of personal information. the only information that can be redacted is the information allowed to be redacted per the statute. I want to mention the planned $794,460.81 non-voter approved tax levy, not approved yet by the board, but soon to be, I believe, for QComp. Tonight's slide set is not very forthcoming about non-voter levies and their impact on the taxes we pay. I do know that the teachers union leadership had been planning to use the QComp tax levy for their so-called social justice segment of their comprehensive unionism model. This actually comes from national level teachers unions. This isn't just Stillwater, but it says social justice, equity for students through active engagement in the community and through policies that impact educational and social economic opportunities. I've seen really gross political use of black people in this district by the white people in the teachers union. I would like that to stop, and I think all this would do, spending QComp on this is just gonna continue the gross behavior I've seen. We need this funding to be completely transparent for QComp because we know what the teachers union is planning. So I suggest shining a light on this subject by posting the QComp expenses and the measurable results for students on the district website. Taxpayers, this money is going to be taken from us against our will, and it needs to go to something that's going to be useful to the community, such as literacy. Unfortunately, literacy is not part of the social justice movement, but literacy is the core of social justice to anyone who's not misusing the term social justice for political power. So I expect this money to be fully used for literacy. This district is in the dump right now in literacy. It's embarrassing. I'd be embarrassed to work here. Like, I'm embarrassed that we have this district, so underperforming in literacy. Sorry, that was not a very well composed sentence, but is QComp tax money going to be used to purposely continue to drive down literacy, shortchanging students, shortchanging all students to meet so-called social justice ideals? Also, as a taxpayer, I want the district to pay the bus company, MTN, and please do not continue to undermine a black-owned company.
Before you leave, just for the record, could you say your name and city?
Oh, Andrea McCready, Stillwater.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other people would like to comment?
Hi, I'm Dee Dee Armstrong. I live in Afton. Okay, so I know you can't answer questions, but I got a couple questions. The first one is on pages 28 and 29 in the book. Food service fund is under a revenue and it's under a preliminary budget for expenditures. We don't levy any money for, that's straight up, you pay for a meal, you get a meal, and then there might be a little extra to cover the people who can't afford the meal. Is that, okay?
Federal money.
Federal money, okay. Okay, so that helps to answer that, thank you. Then, I have some concerns about, the OPEB and the QComp, going from $0 to almost $800,000 and exactly $800,000 on non-voter approved levies. Economically, it's a challenging time, I think, for a lot of people, and I know I've heard people on the board say, well, we live in a very affluent area and we've got to pay for this stuff. And the trouble is that, if I had all the pots of gold all over the place, I would love it. I would love to just give all the monies. But it's not that, it's tough economically in the United States right now and elsewhere, but this is where we live. And then on page 40, the $11 for the $350,000, this is the same chart we saw before, but does that $11 also include the QComp and the OPEB money? Is that all, the $11 already includes that? Okay. So with a levy and the 2 non-approved levies, it's $11 a month, is honestly what you're saying.
It says it down at the bottom, there's a key down at the bottom.
It doesn't say the OPEB though, so it says the regular levy, so, okay. And then, Carl asked a question about the turf fund. And I totally agree with him on the turf thing, and I have for years. Previously, Carl asked about that at a Truth in Taxation and was told that we were setting aside money for replacing the turf, but I haven't seen where that's being set aside. I don't know what fund that would be being set aside for the magic turf to be replaced, which is going to be expensive. And then Carl also brought up the lawsuit with Christian Hoheisel, and my question would be, is that to be covered by insurance, or is that to be paid for by the taxpayers? And also the MTN lawsuit, because they counter-filed, and any other, from time to time, there's lawsuits about special ed, and there's lawsuits about whatever. How much do we count on insurance to cover things? And then what does that do to our insurance rates? And I don't know if you can answer that or cannot answer that. I don't know if you want to answer that. But I'm concerned about this non-voter approved levy business, because I just really feel like people voted for you as a board to represent us, and historically, as a country, we kind of are against taxation without being asked. We kind of have a problem with that. We dump tea into harbors about that. So I really caution you to just not do things that make people feel like dumping tea into harbors. So don't do it. Thanks.
Any other comments? Anyone else? We've already seen you once tonight, Carl.
I'll be quick.
What? They can go multiple times. Oh, they can.
As far as the costs of the data requests are concerned, it's a user fee. Charge people what it costs for the request. That will cut down with frivolous requests. The taxpayers shouldn't be paying for these requests. If people have a right to ask for the data, they don't have a right to make me pay for it. Thank you.
Oh, Lordy.
Guess we're doing this. So it's a legal requirement for you to respond to data requests. You don't get to charge us for data which we have a public right to see. Again, if you housed your data in a way that is easy and convenient as per the state statute, you wouldn't have to pay as much as you do. If you, as Ms. McCready pointed out, actually made things transparent about your spending and your decisions, then we wouldn't have the need for data requests. So for someone to complain about having to pay for data requests because he doesn't think that he has the responsibility to pay for it, tell that to 80% of the people who live in this community who are being taxed through the nose on a service that they get no direct benefit from whatsoever. So, yeah, that's, thanks.
Anyone else? Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is ESSER funds and pandemic response plan. Dr. Cherry?
Yes, thank you, Board Chair Petrie, Board Directors, and Superintendent Lansfeld. Very excited to share some information about our ESSER funds. This is our elementary and secondary emergency relief, our COVID funds. Tonight, we're going to share an overview of a summary plan on how we anticipate we'll be spending these one-time funds. You've heard a couple of times from Dr. Tyne that we have this group of funds that have been provided to our school district specifically to respond to the pandemic. They've been coming to us through a variety of different grant funds. As you can see on the screen here, a variety of finance codes or fin codes, along with the focus or limitations of how each one of those grant programs can be spent, as well as an expend by date and the allocation amount for each one of those grants. Notice the expend by date. Some of these funds need to be spent by this summer. Some carry into next school year. And some of them go all the way, they're available to us all the way until September of 2024. So there is a 3-year plan that we have put together. We've been working on this steadfast for just a couple of weeks because these dollars have just recently become available. The key here is that we are to use these funds as soon as possible to provide supports for our students in their learning. We're going to share that plan here in summary form. And so as we look at how to make these dollars count and have the most immediate impact on our students and our students' learning needs, we know that the best way to support our students is to have safe and caring adults in front of them. And so one thing that's a little bit difficult anytime we're talking about one-time funds and staff, which includes salaries, is these are one-time funds. So these are short-term positions, again, trying to meet the immediate needs in our schools right now. Temporary staffing is one of those areas, and online teachers. For semester 1, we had an online program for our elementary K-5 program, and we used some of these funds to support the salary and benefits of those online teachers. As we're moving into second semester, as you know, that online program will no longer be available, but we will be moving some of those online teachers back into the classroom, and we will adjust for some of our class sizes due to the students coming back in. So some of the staffing funding will be allocated to support those teachers and students in those classrooms. The other area that needs immediate attention, this has been an ongoing need even before the pandemic when we had a substitute shortage. We're finding we have a very strong need to support additional substitute teachers and para-educators in our classrooms. These funds can be allocated to support that work. Additional coordination for our bar programs, and then a variety of different general supports unrelated to staffing specifically, but additional summer enrichment programs, some classroom materials that we've acquired, other online programs. So some of our students at our middle schools and our high school, since the beginning of this school year, have requested online learning programs, and for various reasons have needed that, and we've been able to provide that support for them by partnering with other educational institutions. As we move into second semester, we'll do that same thing for our elementary students as well. And so we can use these funds to help support the learning needs there. We also use some of these funds for the technology supports for our online program first semester. And then also we were able to provide and still continue to provide some additional staffing to supplement the childcare that's been needed this year before and after school. Another large bucket of these funds is to support the social, emotional, mental health needs of our students. A very significant number of our students are coming back to school this year and expressing some additional behavioral support needs, some emotional and mental health needs. And so trying to get some more qualified licensed staff and school social workers in our buildings right away. We also have increased the support for our school psychologist model, and these one-time investments have really helped in terms of providing that additional support. We also have green rooms. This is support that we have for the emotional support in our elementary schools. And we staff those green rooms with a paraeducator that's highly trained in each one of our elementary schools. We'll be taking our current behavior specialist and doing a reevaluation of our current model in our green rooms. And then based on that evaluation this spring, looking at how we can better support those rooms moving into next year. And then also in addition to that, we currently provide mental health therapists. We have contracted services for that. And we'll be expanding on that for after school and summer supports as well. So expanding the partnerships that we already have in place. We also have about $1.3 million that are specifically to be spent on targeted academic supports. And so with this, we are able to bring in some additional intervention teachers. I know we've come to you a couple of times, especially as we've been talking about literacy so frequently, about the need for additional intervention services for our students. So this is an opportunity for us to fully staff our intervention model, have that focus on continued focus on making sure that all of our students are reading at grade level. We also know that our English language learners have been disproportionately impacted by the loss of learning time or the loss of time in schools. And so we know also that our English learner population is growing. And so this is an opportunity for us to hire another teacher and provide more support for our English language acquisition needs. This is also an opportunity for us to think about how do we support our behavior needs in our middle school a little bit better. When we had junior highs and we moved to the middle school model, we had a very short-term position that was available in our schools to help make that transition or bridge the transition from moving from a 7 through 9 junior high to a 6 through 8, grade 6 through 8 model. And we had student engagement specialists in each of our middle schools. To help again through this period of time, we're going to bring that position back and be able to provide a student engagement specialist in each one of our middle schools to provide again that additional academic support. This is also an opportunity or an area where you've already approved a contract that we have with Huntington Learning Center to provide after-school and summer academic tutoring. This is where those funds are coming from. We've also talked to you a little bit about increasing some of our instructional materials, such as Letterland for second grade, and that's where we've been able to fund that investment. And then also looking at credit recovery options, we are going to be offering an additional credit recovery session this winter, and so we'll be able to fund it with these dollars. Another area that we are receiving $456,000, and that is to support our COVID testing program and to support our health offices. Our health offices have been hit pretty hard in terms of responding to this pandemic, doing contact tracing, communicating with families when there is a positive COVID case. And so we'll be able to provide some additional health office staff support. And then also in thinking about the testing piece of this as well is We have ordered COVID-19 test kits. We've been provided a number of test kits free from the state, and when those run out, then we can use these dollars to buy more, and we've already done that. But as you've heard, we have test kits that we can send home with students, and so that they can take those at home. We don't have a testing site on site here, but those are at-home tests. And then also just the PPE and the additional masks and gloves and other types of supplies that our health offices need. And so with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have about these funds. One other thing I just wanted to add is for each one of these grant programs, as we had that list right up front there, each one of these require a report, a program plan that we submit to the Minnesota Department of Education, as well as a budget that we submit to them. And so each one of these, we receive feedback from the Department of Education and get that approval for them.
Okay,
Open
thank
any
you very
questions
much
you
for
may
that
have.
report. Director Probani.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. Thank you, Jennifer, for the presentation. I just have one question. The test kits, are they vault test kits or are they self-proctored or how does that work?
So thank you for that question, Dr. Probani. We did, and we still do have some of the vault test kits available. And we also have Bionex Now test kits. And then there are some other brands that are also coming available. I can't think of the latest one, but as new ones come out, but they are all at-home test kits.
So no proctoring, right?
No proctoring of tests on site, not like we did last year.
Thank you.
Director Riley.
On the academic supports, you have after-school and summer academic tutoring. Is that going to be available to everybody, or is that limited students, or?
Yeah, so great question, thank you. And maybe this is a great one for Caleb.
Yeah, so primarily the focus of those intervention tutorings, I believe, were early literacy. So right now we have second grade students who are within a certain band who are not being serviced with interventions currently within the school, have access to a local vendor in providing some of those literacy-based interventions. So that we would look to continue that program after the after-school program now and extend that into the summer as well.
Can I
Director
just,
Hausenberg.
can I just add on
Oh,
to
I'm
that?
sorry,
Because
go
there's
ahead.
another piece of the summer programming that, the summer enrichment piece of it. The summer enrichment program, I think also, although it's not the specific academic tutoring, there are also funds that are meant to provide some additional engagement and enrichment opportunities, and those are still under development. Our community education program is working on that right now to plan for activities that will be offered this summer. So you'll be hearing more about those.
Okay, just a quick follow-up. I would hope that we would have something, because not everybody qualifies, but parents can see a child that may need help, and I would love for us to be able to have that kind of opened up a little bit to involve community or children that don't quite meet the parameters, but really could benefit from that little extra help.
Thank you.
Director Hausenberg.
Yeah, you have a lot of this, or actually all of it is kind of temporary, one-time funds, and a lot of it's going for temporary help, especially the mental health help. Is that help even available on a temporary basis? Or is that just going to be a challenge that we'll have to sort out?
Yeah, Director Kelsenberg, thank you for that question, because we have thought a lot about this as we've formulated this plan. One thing that we know is that some of the positions that we've had posted since the beginning of this school year are still open. So there are some staffing shortages in some key areas. In the health field, in the mental health field in particular, it is a area where we we do realize that it may be a challenge to hire everyone that we want to hire.
Or it might even be just a lot of overtime for those people that we already have.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Director Vadaville.
I was wondering the reading help and resources, if, okay, like, are we paying a per student type thing, or are we paying for the service? And then also, what percentage of the students that we determine are needing this help are actually taking advantage of it?
Yep. So the contract specifically, I think that you're referring to, that the board had approved last spring,
Last spring.
was a per hour of instruction. So whether it's 10 students for 1 hour each, or however that works out. So that was a per, not per student, but per hour of service with that. And then the other question, so there were also additional materials that we're purchasing for our interventionists within the program to use. That's a great use of one-time costs that will then stay with us for future years. Those are not consumable materials. Along with, says classroom materials there, that specifically was, I believe, the Letterland that we use at second grade to target specific academic needs within the general classroom.
But how much percentage of the students that you determined needed this service are actually taking advantage of the service?
Yeah. So I can just answer briefly. Over the summer, when we were starting the program, we got a little bit of a slow start. We didn't start until this fall. And so we're still in the process now where we're collecting that data. And I think we can get a good figure for you, but I don't have it top of mind right now. So and the reason why it's just starting is, I guess, is what I'm saying.
I guess, because I noticed we've had disbursements already for it, right? So
Yep, but to answer your question on the percentage of how many students have qualified for it versus how many students have utilized it, we'll have to get that information for you.
So I'll just speak to the process a little bit. So we identify students and send out a number of invitations at a time to make sure that we don't overburden the service provider. And then there's a feedback loop of gathering the permissions to share data and to go through that process. And I'll say, certainly one of the challenges that we're experiencing is it's an online tutoring program after school. And so there is certainly a number of students who jump at that opportunity to take advantage of it. And there's a number of students who also say, I can't do it online, or I can't do it after school. It helps with the transportation because it's all at home and it's all online, and students are able to receive technology to support them in that if that's what the need is. But to your point, it is not 100% participation of the invites that we send out. I don't have the exact numbers with me, but it is something that we're looking at. And as capacity is still available, we'd be looking, to your point as well, Director Riley, of expanding to other grade levels, to expanding various service options so that we're able to take full advantage of the funds that we do have available. And I will point out, those funds are available to us, that line item specifically, for multiple years. That's not, the summer funds run out at the end of this coming summer, but the after school, one of the other fin codes, extends beyond. And so we do have room, if there are unused funds this year, in that line item to continue those programs and services. So that would be part of our consideration is how to expand that, how to continue identifying students who are performing below grade level, below expectations, and providing that service.
Director Sherman.
And this is a follow-up actually to that question. I noted we have the grant for the at-home learning devices through the technology grant. Do you reach out proactively if a lack of technology might be a barrier for that program, why people aren't participating? Do we proactively push that grant opportunity out to those students and families? Or could we?
We could. The at-home device grant came out after we started with Huntington. But yes, we
I'm
have
just wondering if it would
continued to.
ramp, if it would increase participation at all. Maybe there's some families that maybe they're short a device or they're sharing or.
All students in that program receive a device specifically for the tutor.
Perfect.
They-
Okay, thank you.
It's special so they can write on the screen and interact more with the tutor.
Okay, so my question is on the academic supports page. The intervention teachers, how many is that, do you know?
It's not a full-time teacher in every building, but overall, it's 7.0, but not necessarily 1.0 in every building.
Okay, and then will that include middle school and elementary and high school? Okay, all resources. And you had mentioned in the presentation that this fully funds, because one of the things that I'm always concerned about is we have people qualifying for interventions that are not getting interventions because we're not fully funded. And that's a huge concern for me with our literacy. So is this fully funded now?
Yes.
So everyone that qualifies for interventions will be getting those intervention services?
Yes, we'll be offering
Even though
those
it's
services.
temporary, but we will be
Yes.
there. Okay. Thank you.
And just as a follow-up to what Allison mentioned, do you know what the FTE is for all of this hiring, this temporary hiring that you're going to be doing? What's the total FTE?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but we can definitely get that level of detail for you.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious how big an influx this is expected to be. Okay.
And just a reminder, it's 3-year plan too, so not all
Right.
of these positions would be immediate.
Correct.
But yes.
Okay, yes, Superintendent.
I just want to mention that we did receive federal funds a number of years ago, and they were temporary, had a huge impact, and we did hire our elementary student advocates with that funding, and then it wasn't sustainable, so we had to make some tough decisions and make some cuts in other areas because we valued those positions. So I'm sure when we hire these positions, they will be invaluable for our students, but we're going to have to, they will be temporary, but we're going to really have to take a look at our priorities. And then earlier this week, I was with a metro area group with a demographer, and the demographer is saying that it might be a decade of staffing shortages in education. And so we're really going to try and fill these positions. And I know subs, we have been using a number of our interventionists, principals, instructional coaches at the elementary level, filling in for sub positions. We're trying to boost that as well, so.
Okay, thank you. Director Riley.
This question just came, Allison actually asked my other question, but I know we had talked early on that we were gonna have to do staff cuts or we had to do budget cuts prior. Where are we at with that and how does this play off of that with the new hiring?
Well, all of this funding is coming from our ESSER COVID funds, and so it's not part of the general fund.
Okay, so then are we doing budget cuts?
We're going to be looking at the budget.
We're gonna take a look at what it's gotta go into the grist mill first.
Okay.
And we'll be back to you in late January, early February with a really good idea of where we're at. And that's for this current year.
Yeah.
But what we're looking for is looking ahead to the following year, which would be 22, 23. And the advantage we have is we want to build up our fund balance. And one of the ways we want to do that is with the additional referendum dollars and also with the funding that we're going to get through the tech levy, because a portion of the tech money that the tech levy is going to be freeing up in the general fund. And according to John, it's about, John, 2.8?
2.8.
He's agreeing, so.
Okay, so then these new positions will be just removed from that whole process?
Correct.
Yeah, and
Okay.
they'll be they're temporaries, unless you're,
So then it'll look really big, the
yeah.
cuts?
Well,
Director Sherman.
And you mentioned that you need to submit a plan to MDE that's a little bit more detailed. We get a lot of emails, and I think rightly so, on how we're spending these dollars. Can those plans be available online? I think we heard about it at Truth and Taxation. Just how hard would it be to put those approved plans? Because I'm assuming you could get them probably through MDE if you requested, but we could save our community members time if they, if we could have this out there and available. Just something I would like to see.
We can do that.
Yeah, each dollar that we draw down, we need to have tied to
Right.
object lines.
I just think people are always curious, what the plan is, what we're submitting, what it's being spent on, and this is excellent. I mean, I appreciate this plan and the thoughtfulness and the detail, and I like where everything is going. It's going, it's great. But I think that the community would benefit from, if we could just easily put a file on there. I don't know what that would look like.
Each one of the FIN codes that you noticed up there, they're numbered like 170, 171, 155. Those are separate in the state reporting also. So there's an exact line of where each of those FIN codes have been spent and on what. So any money that's spent previously, we could pull that down and I could share that
Yeah.
with
Or
whoever
just
would like to be
or just an update even to the community and how it's going. I guess I can't visualize what you're submitting, so I don't know if it's all online and if it's not as simple as putting a PDF of a plan up there, but just to check back in and do that.
Okay, any other questions or comments about this plan? If not, we'll, thank you very much for this report. Appreciate it. And we will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the first reading for Policy 204, School Board Meeting Minutes. Dr. Chair.
Sorry about that. Here we go. Okay. So, thank you, Board Petrie, Board Director, Superintendent Lasfeld. Policy 204, the school board meeting minutes. There are some modifications that this is an existing policy. I'll start with that. This is an existing policy. There are just a couple of areas where we are looking at recommending some minor modifications. You'll notice those are on page 2. And under the area of simplifying this to read, the recordings of closed meetings shall be classified by the school district as protected non-public data and not accessible by the public or any subject of the data with the following exceptions. Crossing out just an explanation of one of those exceptions was item C, 3C. And really what that does is it kind of combines the overview of just number 3 with kind of the run-on with C. So that was the one modification that we're recommending at this time. This would be the first reading of this revised policy, and it is included for your review. We would ask for any comments from both board directors and the community at large. Any of those comments can be directed to myself or our policy committee chair, Katie Hockert. And we would anticipate reviewing those at our next policy work group meeting and hopefully bring those back for a second reading at a future meeting.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this? Nope, seeing none. Let us move on to the next policy, which is second reading for policy 514, bullying prohibition.
Okay, thank you. And I'll take this one too. The policy working group is bringing back our policy on bullying prohibition for a second read at this meeting. At our last meeting, we did bring back some revisions, or we brought forward some revisions to the existing policy. At this time, there's no additional revisions that we're bringing forward. And we did respond to one question about just receiving input on any policy reviews or revisions to the policy. And we do review these with all of our staff and our students on an annual basis. It's a policy that is in our annual training for all staff and also in our policy handbooks. and then we bring it to the board table for review on an annual basis. If there were any revisions to this policy, we would consider any feedback that we have from our community, just like we do with all policies. But administration would look for any kind of trends that we have. If we have complaints that bullying incidents are not being addressed or appropriately responded to, then we might consider some additional input that might be considered, whether it was in response to which piece of this policy, whether it's reporting or education, or investigations or administrator responses. But at that time, if we had some additional input from concerns that arose, we would seek out additional input from other stakeholders to determine if revisions would be recommended or anything would be necessary at that time. So at this time, this is a second reading of this policy with these revisions. Again, we're open to any other comments, questions from other board directors or the community. We would anticipate bringing this back for a final reading at a future board meeting.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions on this? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate that. The next item on our agenda is, under reports, is superintendent search. Included in the packet is an RFP, a request for proposals from search companies that is going to go on our website tomorrow. And just to review for the community, Superintendent Lansfeld is an interim superintendent, and she was chosen for this position without really going through the process that we would normally go through in this district. And at the time, the board said that we would go through a process to choose a permanent superintendent. And so, we have often in this district used a search firm. And so that is what is being proposed here. And we are going to be accepting, and I just want to say also that when Superintendent Lansfeld accepted that call, we are very grateful for that because, we needed a superintendent right away. And Melinda was courageous to step into that position, and we are deeply appreciative of her willingness to do that. But we always said that we wanted to involve the community in choosing a superintendent, which is the way we've always done it in Stillwater as far back as I've been involved. And so we do want to go through that process where we involve the community and, both in the front end and for evaluation and involving, parents and students and staff. So at any rate, the timeline that is proposed is that we would put out RFPs tomorrow. We would accept proposals through December 17th. Then the board's personnel working group would evaluate the proposals, and there would be a meeting in January by the full board to evaluate those proposals. So, are there any comments or questions about that? Director Vadova.
I have, I guess, two questions. One is, will people be able to apply that aren't brought in through the search group? And the other is, Melinda's fulfilling that role right now. Can she apply as well? I would think she could, but I was just wondering.
It's open, anyone can apply.
Anyone can apply,
Yeah.
not just people through the search people. Okay.
Right. Anyone else? Okay. We will then move on to the action items for the night. And we're going to have an audit presentation.
happy, Board Chair, Directors, I'm happy to introduce the auditing team for this past year. And they are Dennis Hogeveen and Lance Lauinger. Is that right? I got an A today. Lance was the individual who was on the on-site manager and took the audit from beginning all the way through to the end. And Dennis has been a fixture in this line of work for maybe more years than we care to talk about, Dennis.
Thank you,
So,
John.
All right, good luck, and let's be gentle here.
Was it the gray hair that gave it away? Thanks for having us. We appreciate it very much for the opportunity to talk about the audit. Technically, it hasn't been issued yet. It will be tomorrow. The only thing standing in the way, nothing's going to change. It's been approved by our, what we call it technically our quality department, but it's not that. It's really called a second review. It's been approved. It's been signed off. It's the only thing standing in the way is what we call a representation letter, and I don't know if it's been signed by whoever you're intending.
I've signed it already. The superintendent will be, maybe she signed it today. I don't know. See?
Okay. So that's the
Thank
only
you.
thing standing in the way of actually taking the, if you saw a draft watermarked version in your packets, that draft watermark comes off the minute we get the signed letter. So that's the indication to an auditing firm, the minute you get that letter is the minute that you're taking ownership of the documents, basically. So that's the only technicality is the only caveat is, once we get that letter, probably tomorrow morning, I'm thinking first thing, then we exchange the PDFs and you'll get those, and then we send it into the Department of Education and the Office of the State Auditor, and then it's official. But for all practical purposes, we're going to be presenting it to you tonight as if it's issued, which from a practical standpoint, it's an issued audit, okay? So to the extent you have questions as we go through it, we're comfortable, if you're comfortable, asking those as we go through it, but we're also going to ask you at the end if you have any questions as well, all right? So thank you for having us. I'm going to go through the actual audit results and a little bit of the financial results, but most of the financial results Lance is going to go through. We're kind of flip-flopping roles. Normally, we would do it just the opposite of that, but just to kind of mix it up, we're going to try and do it a little bit different. So I'll start, and then I'll pass the microphone over to Lance. And thank you. I'm not very good at remembering to do that, and Lance has been doing this with me a little bit here this winter, so he knows I'm not really good at remembering that. So first and foremost, the thing that you're hiring an auditing firm to do is to give an opinion on the financial statements. And you'll recall that the district holds itself to a higher standard than is required by putting together a CAFR, or a comprehensive annual financial report, which you submit to the ASBO, or Association of School Business Officials program, called the Certificate of Excellence. It's over 150 pages, of course, so you've gotten that award for years. We fully expect that this will continue to qualify for that award. But as far as the audit opinion is concerned, we've issued a clean or an unmodified audit report. It's as good of an audit opinion as we are able to give any Minnesota traditional school district. So as a board, that's why you're always perking up your ears to hear that we've issued a clean or an unmodified audit report. And then because we are required to follow governmental auditing standards, there's an audit report that we have to issue that's called, well, it used to be under a yellow book or yellow cover, so we call it the yellow book opinion letter. And there's two different aspects to that letter. There's a compliance aspect and an internal control aspect to the yellow book letter. We had no findings to report under either the compliance aspect of that letter or the internal control aspect of that letter, which is getting to be challenging to say, actually. Every year, it's getting more and more difficult to say that we had no findings. It's kind of anecdotal, but it's actually getting to be less and less common to have no findings. And then for the single audit, we, because you expended more than $750,000 of federal funding, we had to do a single audit, of course. And for this particular year, because you had the coronavirus relief funds and the education stabilization funds, which had not previously been audited, of course, as part of a single audit. We audited those programs, and we're happy to report that we had no findings to report as part of those programs, even though they had never been audited before. So that's good to hear. And then, of course, we have to audit the Minnesota Legal Compliance using guidance put together by the Office of the State Auditor. There's a fairly comprehensive set of checklists that we have to test your compliance with different legal requirements as determined by the Office of the State Auditor. And it is so very easy to have some legal compliance exception. I've had a lot this winter, the most common being a school district that has gone years without any kind of legal ding, missed a payment on a invoice that we test on a random basis, missed a payment by 3 days. You know, you have 35 days if you meet monthly as a board to make all your valid disbursements that we test, and they had missed it by 3 days, and they had gone years without ever getting a legal compliance exception. So you're one of the few districts that I've had this year that gets a completely clean sweep in terms of their audit findings. That's very difficult to do, as I said. So you have a clean audit opinion on your financial statements, you have a clean opinion on your compliance aspect of your yellow book and on your internal control aspect, and then you have a clean opinion on your single audit and a clean opinion on your Minnesota legal compliance letter. So that did not happen hardly at all this year. So it's very commendable. And again, those results don't just happen. It's people taking their responsibilities very seriously. As you know, Lynn and her team do a fantastic job. Our auditors really like working with your finance team. And I didn't start out by thanking them as I should have, because they do a really good job. They're very conscientious. And even though the audit timing hasn't been what I know they want to get back to, you know, next year I'm sure it'll get back to more of a August, September kind of a time frame. I know it's been driving them crazy to have these later time periods, but I talked to her about it, I think, yesterday, and she said, I just cannot wait to get back to what's normal for her and her team. This has been driving them kind of crazy, but I said, I'm very confident that you'll get back to what you consider to be normal. So I know it's been kind of driving them crazy, but they're very, very talented people. So I have no doubt about them getting back to that more normalcy. We all want normalcy, trust me. This COVID stuff it's for the birds, as this mask is for the birds as well. Okay, and then there's the executive audit summary in the back. There's formal required communications. If you'd back up for me, Lance, I'm sorry. I should have spoken faster, I guess. But at the back of the executive audit summary, there's a whole section of formal required communications and things that I won't cover there, but there's just a couple of things that I wanted to point out. One is that there's just one uncorrected misstatement, which is anything that we say that's an uncorrected misstatement. It sounds serious, but in this particular case, we would never leave something uncorrected unless it was immaterial. I think it was $18,000 in my memory tells me. So first and foremost, if you ever see something that say, why would we leave something uncorrected? Because it was immaterial. So $18,000 in this case was immaterial. And then we just noted that there were no disagreements with management. There's a lot of other things that are kind of interesting if you're into reading things, but the one thing that we'd always like to point out to board members is that we had no disagreements over accounting issues or anything like that. Another interesting thing that's in there that if you care to read it is that we had no difficulties in performing our audit. So those are the types of things that you read there if you go to the back of the executive audit summary. So in terms of financial results, one of the reasons we don't do this for every slide is because the numbers get so small. But for the general fund, we left all the details there because they're kind of important details for the general fund. So even though it's small print, and I apologize, we always like to draw a board's attention back up to the unassigned category of the general fund fund balance. The unassigned category is where, as board members, you have your decision-making authority basically coming back to you, because the general fund overall is a very significant $113 million of revenue, but the piece that you can make decisions most about is the unassigned category, because the restricted portion of the general fund, of course, is where the legislature likes to tie a string to the funding, and they tell you, well, we're going to give you this dollar, but you have to spend it in a specific way. Gifted and talented is one example that says we're going to give you this little bit of money, but you have to spend it in a certain way on gifted and talented programming. In this particular year, it was $117,000. Some districts choose to spend more than that, and I'm sure you probably do. But in terms of UFAR's coding, it's not showing up for us to reflect it in here. And basic skills is another example where you spend 617,000 above and beyond what you were actually given for basic skills as an example. So then you take it from the unassigned category and pull it down into the basic skills category to show that you spent 1.5 million for that particular type of programming. So anyway, and then you can see the other categories for assigned or committed. Non-spendable means that you've already spent the money for either prepaids or inventory. It can't be spent on anything else. So everything comes back to the unassigned category. That's where you can have the resources left over to make decisions on what to make investments in after everything else has been divvied up. So you started the year with 10,393,000, or we like to express that number as a percentage of overall expenditure. So it represented 9.71%. And you can see where at the end of the year, that was down to 3.68%. And so the 9.71% had increased from the prior year from 6.37% up to the 9.71%. So you'd actually increase that by 3,381,000 from the prior year. So from fiscal 19 up to June 30th of 20, you would increase the unassigned category by 3,381,000. So this year, then you went up 3.38, and then now it's gone down 5,966,000, down to the 3.68. So it kind of went up and then went back down. So it's just the way that the year was. And it was a COVID year. And so if we look at the bottom line of the general fund, total audited revenues were at 113,213,000, which was only 305,000 or 0.27% different from the total board approved budget. The only thing that, just to provide some context to that though, which is very necessary, if you actually dug into the financial statements themselves, that's a little bit misleading in terms of the net variance on the revenues because, and John did a really good job of explaining this in the front section of the financial statements in the MD&A section because he provides the necessary context to that. It's not just a net difference of 306,000, which is good. It's a net difference of a remarkable 0.27%, but it's a little bit oversimplified though because the federal variance, a federal revenue variance of that number was 2.2 million. You got $2.2 million more of federal dollars than what had been budgeted, which means you got $1.45 million less in donations and other types of revenue than what you had anticipated. And you had $1 million less in state aid than what you had budgeted. And part of that problem was, I shouldn't use the word problem, that was not intended, was that the budget wasn't amended at all during the year. That was a choice you made as a board. That wasn't, that wasn't unintended. That just, as a board, a decision was made not to amend the budget at all during the year. So the financial statements are reflecting the fact that the original adopted budget from, I suppose, June of the preceding year is the same budget that we're presenting in the financial statements. That's a little bit unusual. We don't, as auditors, people coming in from the outside aren't normally used to, seeing that, right? So, I mean, people that are just picking up the financial statements and reading it don't have that context of what the decision-making was surrounding that. So there's a lot of things for a local community that went into that decision-making, obviously. So it lacks, the context. And, sitting here having an hour before our turn to present, I mean, you pick up on some of these things as far as the truth on taxation and some of the decision makings that you're having to make as far as budget, so you start picking up on some of those things as far as some of the things that went into that, the political dynamics and all these different things that go into that kind of dynamic. So anyway, so this particular slide then shows that in terms of the revenues versus the expenditures, the reduction in the unassigned category comes on the expenditure side then. Because the variance between the budgeted expenditures of 114 million versus the actual $120 million of actual expenditures is a 5.7 million or 4.99%, which is where the reduction came on the unassigned category. So anyway, that's the outcome of the general fund for the year, because the total restricted really didn't change from beginning to end of the year. And the unassigned really didn't change from beginning to the end of the years, but the unassigned dropped, as we talked about. So in terms of the other funds then, the food service program, and this is very consistent with what we've seen in some other districts. What we've seen is a real disparity between communities which were successful in pivoting in a COVID environment with the food service program, and some that were successful in pivoting and some that were not. Yours looks like it was successful in terms of pivoting. You started the year with a fund balance of 1.1 million, and you ended the year at a fund balance of 1.49 million. It was a year where all the meals that you served end up being reimbursed through the federal summer food service program. And some school districts were able to get by on a significant reduction in the number of meals that you end up serving, and then, right-sizing the expenditure side of the equation to come out great. And you're one of those. Some were not so successful in that regard, but kudos to the ones that were able to figure it out and make it work. So that's a good outcome. Similarly with community ed, some districts were able to right-size both sides of the equation on their community service program. I don't know what made one district stand out from another. Some, I think yours is a little bit different, because I have seen other districts where their fund balance totally went down to zero, just like yours. And I've seen other districts where they actually were able to grow their fund balance a little bit, where they were able to match, provide the types of programming in terms of like daycare-based or nutrition-based types of programming that the community was really screaming for, but then also right-size the expenditure side correspondingly to what they could produce with revenues. So I don't know what necessarily made that different, but there's, obviously you're gonna have to figure out how to build the fund balance side of that equation back up too. In terms of the building fund, it was certificates of participation that you issued in about $7 million in fiscal 21 that boosted up most of the difference between the 1.3 million at the beginning of the year and the end of the year. Just has to be spent down going into fiscal 22. Debt service fund is sort of on autopilot as far as, levying authority, and there's mechanisms in place to make sure you don't accumulate too much fund balance for the debt service fund. And then I did hear John mentioning about the OPEB trust and the self-insurance fund and things like that, and those are working as planned, and I heard the discussion surrounding that. So I think those were the things I said I was going to talk about, right, Lance? So you take that microphone, and then I'll come back after that.
All right. Thank you. I'm excited to be here. As Dr. Tyne mentioned, I'm usually the one that's kind of more in the field and get to work more directly with the team and the staff here. And I too want to thank Dr. Tyne, Lynn Ritzer, and the rest of her staff for all the hard work that they did. It's a lot of work going through an audit in a normal year, and this year, was not a normal year, dealing with all the COVID stuff too. So, I just appreciate all their hard work, their patience, and answering our questions and working through everything with us to get this accomplished this year. So the next couple slides are just some visuals to kind of help support some of the things Dennis was talking about. This first couple slides are enrollment. I'll just touch briefly on those, as I know you guys have looked pretty extensively at this stuff, I'm sure, because of COVID and everything that's going on. So just to provide some visuals, this first one is just looking at your ADMs for the last 5 years. As you can see, your net ADM served this year came in at 8,180 for the year, down about 272 from last year. But as you can see, prior to that, there's been some pretty consistent, steady growth there. So not uncommon for us to see this, kind of the dip in 2021 just due to everything that's going on. This next slide is again looking at your ADMs, and particularly we're looking at your open enrollment out versus open enrollment in. Open enrollment out was at about 1,902 for the year. That increased about 51 1 ADMs compared to last year. And then your open enrollment in decreased a little bit to 304. That was down about 22 from the prior year. This next slide is looking at fund balance of the general fund, and Dennis kind of already touched on this, but this is just putting a visual behind that. That fund balance as compared to the expenditures. That top blue line there is the fund balance, the total fund balance for the general fund, which was that 21.5 million for the year, and that covers about 17.9% of the $120.3 million general fund expenditures for the year. As you can see, that decreased a little bit from the prior year. It was at about 27% in 2020. And then the bottom line, that darker line, is looking at the unassigned, just specifically that piece that's not designated for anything else currently. That unassigned fund balance is at 4.4 million at the end of the year there, which makes up, as Dennis said, 3.7% of that $120.3 million in general fund expenditures. This next slide is looking specifically just at the revenue sources for the general fund and kind of showing what percentage each source is making up for the general fund. As we already mentioned, that the revenue for the general fund came in at about 113.2 million for the year. And this is looking at over the last 5 years. That first kind of green or yellow piece is the property taxes. The largest green piece there is the state sources. The red on the end is your federal revenue, and then the little blue piece to start is kind of just all the other miscellaneous revenue. Just the big thing to note here, generally look for proportionality. Big thing to note here is just that big change is that additional federal revenues. There's those 2.7 there were 4.6 million total in federal revenues this year. That was up about 2.7 million just from that additional COVID relief. Next is looking at your general fund expenditures by object code or by their type. Example is salaries and salary benefits, employee benefits. As you can see, the general fund expenditures were over budget by 5.7. And a large part of that, a large driver behind that, is just the salaries and employee benefits increase due to the settlement of contracts and stuff during the year. So that was the largest piece behind that. You also noticed that capital expenditures were under budget just due to some reduction in long-term facilities maintenance expenditures during the year. This next slide is looking at the food service fund over the last 5 years. And as Dennis, just to kind of put a visual to what Dennis had been talking about there. The food service revenues came in at 3.6 million for the year. That was about 874,000 under the budget. Expenditures for the food service fund came in at about 3.2 million for the year. That was 1.2 million under the budget. And it was budgeted for a small gain, the fund balance to increase about 67,000 for the year. But as Dennis mentioned, it actually increased about 360,000 for the year just due to the pivoting that was done. And here's just a brief visualization of the meals served. This is just lunches. And the total lunches for the year came in at about 420,000. That was down about 161,000 lunches from the prior years. And all the food service, the lunches were run through this summer food program during the year just due to the COVID pandemic. Next is the community service fund. Again, just a visualization of the last 5 years and of the revenue expenditures and fund balance for the community service fund. This is all your fee-based programs, things like that. Revenues were 5.2 million for the year. That was 2.4 million under budget. Expenditures were 5.8 million for the year, just about 2 million under budget, and that fund balance did decrease about 585,000 for the year. As a result. This slide looks at your general fund expenditures compared to your ADMs. And for 2021, the expenditures per ADM came in at $14,713. That's up about 2,000 from 2020, but that's there's a couple, drivers behind that. Obviously, in 2020, when the COVID hit, there was a lot of costs, savings put into place to try and draw back just because of the unknowns of what was going on. And this can also be affected greatly year to year depending on, capital expenditures, things like that. It's not necessarily student, driven. There can be some fluctuations there. As well as in 2021, we also had that additional federal money being spent as well. So as that, obviously had an impact on increasing expenditures for the year. This last kind of slide for just some data purposes is just looking at expenditures per student, and there's some data provided by the Department of Education just to see, how you compare to other districts in the area, to the metro area. It's obviously that data lags a year behind, so it's most useful to compare that 2020 column, kind of to the rest of the data. We don't have the data yet for 2021. Just kind of a way to see how you compare proportionally to other districts. A couple things maybe to note is just your district and school admin and support services, as you can see, are trend kind of below kind of the average. Meaning there's probably some dollars there that are freeing up to support some programs and things like that, which is good to see. Another thing to maybe point out is just that community service. The expenditures there is a little bit higher, but that might not necessarily mean what you think it does, just from the standpoint of that's, fee-based programs. That means that you're providing programs that, people are taking advantage of, they're utilizing. They obviously, are paying dollars to attend those classes and those different types of programs. So, which in turn gets, increases those expenditures as well. So, it's good to see that, obviously you're providing things that are useful and people are taking advantage of, which is really positive to see. And with that, I'll turn things over to Dennis to finish up.
Those are the things that we extracted. Of course, there's an awful lot of additional information in the executive audit summary. So to the extent you've got or had a chance to review any of that information from either the CAFR or the executive audit summary or the single audit report, we would be more than happy to answer any questions if there are any for us.
Thank you so much for that presentation and all the work that you've done for the district. We really appreciate it. And I think we should probably congratulate also Dr. Tyne for this very clean audit. And I'd also like to call out Lynn Ritzer and Linda Moncrief because they have been rock stars for the district for a long time. And I'm sure you're very grateful to have them on your team, Dr. Tyne.
I am. If I could just say a few words. First of all, the working relationship with the auditors was excellent, no problems at all. And, a couple of things we have to take into consideration. First of all, you took a look at enrollment and you saw the effect of that enrollment would have. Also, just in leadership, I'd like to take credit for all the good stuff and pass all the bad stuff on to anybody else. But the leadership in this particular area has changed 4 times in the last year, which is really pretty difficult. And if it wouldn't be for Lynn and Linda and Tracy, the Tracys, payroll, people get their checks on time, bills get paid on time, they take care of things and get it done. And we're going to be on the upswing. the settlement of the contract so late really caused an issue for us, because that meant people were getting paid, twice in 1 year, not twice, but there was back pay involved. And that caused was a little bit misleading. But I don't want to get too defensive, but I can't help but protect the team that I work with, which I'm very proud of, so.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
Questions or comments?
It was excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all very happy, and we truly appreciate your work on this. So thank you for coming tonight and explaining it all to us.
Thanks so much. If I could just mention one last thing, then if there aren't any questions, I will say, this will be my last opportunity to meet with you as a board. I'm going to be retiring from public accounting as of December 31st.
Oh, boy.
So thank you so much for the opportunity I've had to work with you and John. I've known John for years, so can't believe I'm beating you out the door, John. But thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. And all the best going forward.
Thank you, and have a great retirement, Dennis.
Thank you so much.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you both.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we're moving on to the next item, which is attendance boundary.
That was an action item? Yeah, are we supposed to do some action?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, we are. Thank you. So, can I get a motion to accept the audit? Director Sherman, is there a second? Director Vadava? Okay, all those in favor of accepting the audit, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries. Yeah, it was just so perfect. I mean, it just seemed like it was an automatic thing, so. Okay, Mr. Drummerhausen.
Good evening, Chair Petrie, members of the board. Tonight, we are requesting approval on the boundary changes for the 2022-23 school year. At the previous board meeting and the work session before that, I shared with you the committee's recommendations of 3 different proposals and the consideration of keeping our current 4th and 7th graders in the same school next year, which would be their last year at the level at each given, whether it's elementary or secondary. So I've gone over the presentation 2 different times, have not had any changes to that. So with that, I will open it up for questions or comments that you have, and anything about any of the 3 recommendations or the consideration of next year's 5th grade and next year's 8th grade being able to stay in their current schools. So with that, I will turn it over to Chair Petrie for any questions or comments.
Okay, can I get a motion? Director Sherman.
I would like to make a motion to go with option A and grandfather the incoming 5th graders and incoming 8th graders.
Okay, is there a second? All right, Director Kelsenberg. Okay, discussion. Anyone? I know that we have had a lot of discussion about this up until this point. And option A was the recommendation of both administration and the community advisory group who worked on this. So if there are no questions or comments, all those in favor of?
I'll make one comment.
Okay.
Just because I just want to really quick thank the committee. I sat in on it, and it was a really great group to be around. They really tackled some challenging situations here, and had difficult conversations and stayed really positive throughout. I also want to thank, I attended 2 listening sessions, and I think that the community that turned out and the staff as well, because this is not only impacting students, but it's also impacting staff, and we should acknowledge that. I mean, staff are also impacted with when kids move, teachers move, and support staff that accompanies that. So these are never easy. I mean, I've tried to call, and I just, had talked to someone in Lake Elmo, and there's just, the growth is not slowing down. I was telling Director Drummerhausen, they've got the land by Oakland is now under contract for high and medium density housing. We've got, the area east of Wildflower is yet to be developed. We've got areas over by Hagberg's that are slated really quickly for housing as well. And this is growth that is wonderful for our district. And but it's long been known. And this is an option that at first I didn't think it went far enough. But I really did listen to the community and listen to to everyone on the committee that just felt like at this time, in this moment, with all the upheaval related to COVID, we just wanted to try to minimize and have changes impact the fewest students, which is what this option does. So I guess my concern moving forward is just that we come up with solutions that can go to the community for support related to all of our facilities and addressing this growth that isn't going to slow down.
Okay, anyone else? I actually have to agree with Director Sherman. When I first saw these proposals, my inclination was to go with option B because it just felt as though it was going to last the longest and sort of take care of our issues for a longer period of time. But the community was telling us that this is a time right now when coming right after COVID, and there's still a lot of stress on our families right now. And so the option that was the least disruptive is what they were asking for. And so that is why I am supporting option A today. So if there are no other comments or questions, all those in favor of the motion to accept option A and grandfather in the 5th graders and the 8th graders, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Okay, moving on to the next item on our agenda, course change proposals. Dr. Drexler Booth.
Hello again, Chair Petrie, directors of the board, Superintendent Lansfeld. I came to you at our last meeting and shared 7 courses. Some of them were changes, name changes, some were more substantive changes, some were new courses. Only one of them was a required course. That's the Earth Science at 6th grade. The rest were elective courses. A number of them were dual enrollment courses with the College and Schools program at the University of Minnesota. Others were articulated courses with Century College. So all of these courses were presented by the departments and have received endorsements by the school principals, the Curriculum Advisory Council, as well as the World's Best Workforce District Advisory Committee. So coming before you today to ask for your action and approval on these new courses and course changes.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I get a motion to accept these course changes, proposals? Director Kelsenberg, is there a second? Director Porbaney. Okay, discussion. Director Riley.
So I have a problem agreeing with the new course ads. I am in agreement with the course name changes and the substantive changes with Earth Science 6, but the new course ads, even though you went through other committees, they didn't see curriculum either. And so I have a fundamental issue with this process and how flawed it is, that we are approving classes without knowing what the content is. And how are we, as a board, and we are charged with the oversight of textbook and curriculum, how are we doing our job if we don't know what we're approving? We don't approve something before you know what you're approving. So I have a real hard time with that. And the good example was earlier when I brought up the disbursements, and there was a book in there that is very questionable. And the board needs to know what's going on. We are the eyes and ears of the community, and we were elected for oversight. And to just trust is one thing, but as it's always said, you have to trust but verify. And I need to see those things in front of me. And for those reasons, I cannot approve new courses without curriculum content. I just can't.
Anyone else? Okay, if there are no other comments or questions, we have a motion to approve the course change proposals brought forward. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. All right, our final action item for the night is revoke policy 201.2, guiding principles. Dr. Cherry.
Thank you for last time, Chair Petrie and Board Directors and Superintendent Lansfeld. This is Policy 201.2, Board Guiding Principles. We reviewed this at the last board meeting. I had a little bit of discussion about it, and at this time, we are recommending that we revoke Policy 201.2 in that it does include belief statements, not necessarily statements that have a direct impact on implementation of any type of procedures. But a lot of these belief statements are included in other policies when we talk about the purpose of various policies under these areas. And so at this time, we are recommending revoking policy 201.2.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I get a motion to revoke this policy? Director Corbani, is there a second? Director Sherman? Discussion? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion on the floor to revoke policy 201.2. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. And that brings us to the end of our agenda. This meeting's adjourned.
Came up. It might